All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask that we please settle down so we can officially start our program. And may I please ask that everybody that's still outside to please move in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning. I greet everybody that is joined here in the room, as well as everybody joining us that is online. We're coming to you live, that is from Windhoek, Namibia. So a very good morning to you. Dumelang, Sawubona, Goeiemorgen. Welcome to the Southern African Innovation Support End Conference that's for today. My name is Weya Kavandunge, right here from Namibia, and I welcome you all. Thank you so much for accepting. That's the invitation for today. Today we have a jam-packed program, quite exciting. We are definitely celebrating collaboration. We are celebrating innovation, and we thank each and everybody that's here, the whole African continent. We're celebrating the richness thereof, the innovation thereof, and we know that this is just but the beginning of many great things from this continent and, of course, around the world. Now, the theme for the 2022 conference is entrepreneurship, knowledge, and networking, fostering innovation and inclusivity in SADC. So for today, we're going to have presentations as well as a panel discussion. And during this panel discussion, you'll have the opportunity to be able to ask questions. So during the discussions, please make sure that you're taking down your notes. And if you do have questions, we'll have a Q&A towards the end of the panel discussions. Now, we would also like to thank, that is the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Finland, acknowledging that is her presence, Her Excellency Ambassador of Finland in Namibia, that is Ms. Lina Viljanen, her presence. Thank you so much. And also thanking that's the partner countries that have collaborated and partnered that's with this program. That's Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and the Southern African Development Community Secretariat. We thank all of those countries and your partnership and your collaboration because that's exactly what it's about, cross-border collaboration with innovation players across Southern Africa. So let's officially get the program started, and let me call on to do the opening and welcoming remarks for today. General Manager, Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation Coordination and Support at the National Commission for Research, Science, and Technology, Namibia, that is Dr. Tlala Lupantla, to come do our opening remarks. That's for this morning.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. And like it's been said, I'm Tlala Lupantla from the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology. And let me recognize the presence of Her Excellency Lina Viljanen, Ambassador of Finland to Namibia. And my apologies if I did not pronounce your name correctly. Dr. Lisho Mundia, Director of Research and Innovation in the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation, and member of the Sais Supervisory Board, and who also happens to be my former boss at the ministry, let me say colleague, People don't like this boss thing. Members of the Supervisory Board of Sais, Mr. Marco Sarinen. I think I'll come out with a lot of blows today because these names, I may not have pronounced them correctly, but please, my apologies for that. Councillor, Development Cooperation and Regional Coordinator for Sais from Finnish Embassy in Pretoria, South Africa. Dr. Flora Ismail Tibazarwa. I'm assured this one I pronounced it correctly. Program Director for the Sais 2 Program Management Office, Mr. Erkki Pulkkinen. Ambassador for Innovation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Finland, Ms. Silja Leinonen. I will learn during the tea breaks. My apologies if again it's a mispronunciation. Senior Advisor, Development Policy, Innovation and Digital Development at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. Regional innovators and innovation practitioners, focal points represented here today. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, good morning. The National Commission on Research, Science and Technology, being an agency of the Namibian government responsible for the coordination, supervision and promotion of research, science, technology and innovation, is pleased to have been associated with the Sais 2 program. The NCRST served as a Sais 2 focal point for Namibia and acted as national representative of Sais 2 with a key role in initiating and monitoring Sais 2 activities at national level. The NCRST also hosted the Sais 2 Project Management Office under an intergovernmental agreement between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland and the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation of Namibia. The working agreement outlined the roles and responsibilities to guide the administrative relationship between the two parties in operationalizing the Sais 2 Innovation Fund. As a legal entity, the NCRST was entrusted with the role of fund manager, contracting all the Sais 2 funded projects, which are regional, whilst the Sais 2 Project Management Office provided technical support and guidance on administering and managing the contracts. I think, Larry, I should also extend our gratitude for your leadership in this regard, and welcome back to Namibia. The NCRST diligently managed the Sais 2 Innovation Fund, which amounted to 3.2 million euros. I hope this is captured correctly because I have seen in some other documents, I think it was 3.3. So if I captured it wrongly, please, the technical teams assist me to rectify this. Over a period of 4 years. We are proud to have worked closely in the innovation ecosystem and across the Southern African region with both local and international stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, the NCRST acknowledges the contribution delivered by the Sais 2 project over the 4 years by budding new businesses through strengthening innovation ecosystems and promotion of cross-border collaboration between innovation champions in Southern Africa. The Sais 2 Innovation Fund, through its call for proposals, which I think were issued 3 times during the duration of the Sais 2 program, was a great gesture and contributed a great deal in upscaling the startups as well as emerging entrepreneurs within the SADC region. Therefore, I wish to use this opportunity to encourage more partnerships and collaboration among the local and international institutions and organizations so that a stronger startup ecosystem is created in Namibia and across the entire SADC region. In conclusion, let me once again emphasize our gratitude towards Sais 2 program and wish the newly formed Southern Africa Innovation Collective, SAIC, all the best in emulating the Sais 2 Connected Hub mandate. And I hope you will continue to strive towards consolidating the capacity of innovation support organizations and their stakeholders, as well as strengthening the entrepreneurship ecosystem in SADC. Allow me, therefore, to extend a warm Namibian and Southern African welcome to all of you and wish you fruitful outcomes from your 3 days engagements. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and indeed a very warm welcome. If it's the first time to Namibia, this is what they known or is known as Land of the Brave. So you see how brave the weather is outside, how lovely the weather is outside. I guess the whole of, the African countries and international countries that are in here has brought the good weather this side. Now, to continue with our program for this morning, ladies and gentlemen, to give that is our keynote address highlighting the importance that's of the innovation agenda and sustainable development goals. Please welcome to the podium Her Excellency Ambassador for Finland in Namibia, Ms. Lina Viljanen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to have this opportunity to address you here this morning, and so pleased to see such a big crowd attending our event today. It is kind of bittersweet to address you in this closing event of the Sais 2 program. I'm proud of the great work and achievements reached within Sais, but at the same time, it is an end of an era as the program is closing. As Finland's ambassador in Namibia, I can say it has added great value also to our excellent bilateral relations to have the program hosted here in Windhoek. For this keynote address, I was asked to discuss the innovation agenda and its relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to start by stating that innovation and entrepreneurship are increasingly recognized as crucial building blocks for sustainable economic and social development all over the world. This is also true for Southern Africa. Finland's development policy is an integral part of Finland's human rights-based and value-based foreign and security policy. International cooperation and Finland's actions are based on the Paris Agreement on climate change and the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Finland's main goal is to eradicate poverty and reduce inequalities. And one of the 4 policy priorities is to strengthen the economic base of developing countries and to create jobs. Emphasis is put on innovations and the role of women in the economy and female entrepreneurship. For the past 20 years, Finland has been at the forefront of partnering with developing countries, especially in Africa and in Southern Africa, to develop knowledge society, ICT and innovation capacities, strategies and policies, as well as support their implementation their implementation. Bilateral programs have been implemented in South Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, and more recently in Zambia. In addition to Africa, we partnered with Vietnam in developing their startup ecosystem. Our regional programs in Southern Africa have focused on biosciences networks and innovation strengthening, as well as on regional innovation and startup cooperation within Sais since 2011. We are also active in the multilateral arena, where Finland aims for better utilization of digitalization, technology, and innovations for reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations and its agencies have a prominent role in generating solutions that meet the SDGs and that benefit the most vulnerable. Finland is a long-term supporter of the innovation work of agencies such as UNICEF and UNFPA. We are also proud to host and support a growing number of UN innovation programs in Finland. These are the UN Global Pulse Lab, which focuses on strengthening the UN system's strategic foresight capabilities, and the UNOPS Sustainable Investments in Infrastructure and Innovation Initiative, which invests in large-scale sustainable infrastructure projects in affordable housing, renewable energy, and health infrastructure as well, and aims to build a global sustainable innovation ecosystem to advance the SDGs. UNICEF is in process of establishing 2 innovation hubs focused on innovative finance and learning in Finland. These will address the global learning crisis and the growing funding gap for children's well-being worldwide. We hope this emerging UN ecosystem in Finland will generate interesting collaboration in the years to come and possibly serve as an inspiring benchmark for other multilateral and multi-sectoral innovation ecosystems. The European Union's external partnerships in this field are also being strengthened. Finland engages closely in Team Europe collaboration in digitalization and digital innovation. Collaboration platforms, such as the recently launched Digital for Development, or D4D Hub, serve as important means to create new innovation partnerships and approaches between the EU, its members, and partner countries. Coming back to the role of innovation in achieving the SDGs. One of the 17 SDGs explicitly includes innovation. This is SDG 9. Build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Programs like Sais contribute to technology development and industrial diversification in the long run. It has also supported the access to financial services and markets for small-scale businesses through the business development services and investor relations that have been a significant part of the program. The cooperation within Sais has also a significant contribution to SDG 17 on partnerships for the goals. Building networks and developing partnerships have been at the heart of everything in Sais, from project funding to developing innovation hubs, joint tools and actions, and linking with investors and partners from outside the partner countries, within Africa, and also in Finland. Actually, innovation agenda cannot be confined to any one specific SDG. It is increasingly recognized that innovation is a key enabler of most, if not all, of the goals. For example, investments in research, development, and innovation are crucial in addressing health-related challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic, or SDG 2 to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. This has also been the approach of the Sais program, which has built innovation capacities and networks and funded regional projects across sectors that address sustainable development challenges. The Sais-funded projects have led to over 1,300 full-time jobs. Women's women's equal participation has been a cross-cutting guideline throughout the program, and barriers for female tech entrepreneurship have been mapped and discussed within the Southern Africa Innovation Summit. Examples of projects funded include additive manufacturing ecosystem development, low-cost water filter technology transfer, advanced IT training and incubation for women, or innovative education solution projects, just to name a few. As I mentioned before, the Sais program has not operated in isolation. This provides some assurances that the important work started with Sais will continue. Sais has benefited from the great cooperation between the ministries responsible for innovation issues in Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia, as well as the SADC Secretariat. Focal point agencies from those 5 countries have played an active role in planning and implementing country-specific and regional activities. Innovation hubs from the 5 countries and beyond have formed a network called Connected Hubs, which is now continuing as Southern Africa Innovation Collective, with the Technology Innovation Agency from South Africa as its coordinator. There have been altogether around 90 innovation support organizations involved in the 26 projects that Sais has funded for their proof of concept or market expansion activities. To conclude, I would like to emphasize the importance of investing in innovation and supporting the work of those organizations that are building the ecosystem that allows innovative companies to grow and flourish. The growth of these companies will contribute to economic growth and renewal, as well as generate much-needed jobs. Finland will remain a partner, and we would like to see the cooperation between our companies, universities, and institutions increase further in the future. Cooperating across sectors, across national borders, and with various types of stakeholders is valuable in accessing technologies, knowledge, networks, and new perspectives when tackling the sustainable development challenges, such as climate change, that are common to all of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Definitely highlighting that support, and collaboration, very important. Now, if you are on the socials and you are tweeting about the conference, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, the official hashtag for today is hashtag Sais2AndCon, all right? Sais2AndCon. So that's our official hashtag for today. Now, getting into our first presentation for this morning, ladies and gentlemen, highlighting that the achievements and successes of the Sais2 program between 2017 and 2022, Program Director at Sais2 Namibia. Please welcome to the podium, that is Dr. Tibazarwa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We're full conference room, vibrant colors. This is Africa. Africa's rising, huh? And with a lot of support from Finland, and we appreciate it sincerely. Allow me to rest on the protocol already established and figure out how this works. Before I start, I've got a very short presentation, and I'm going to ask that I just do a few disclaimers to that. It's got very busy slides, so any flash vision, please forgive me, but I just had to cram everything into the number of slides that I had. And 4.5 years, plus more than 4.5 years, is not easy to put in about 10 slides. I won't deep dive into how we did Sais and but you will hear about it as we sit through our presentations this morning and the rest of the day. Challenges and opportunities will come around, but you will pick these up, and through the engagements that I'm sure you will have with each other, you will come up with what could have been done differently, what could have been done better, and please provide that feedback in the evaluation that we'll do at the end of the day. Okay, so achievements, I don't know. Does this work? We had 3 result areas that Sais was looking at: building institutions for regional innovation cooperation, scaling enterprises, oh, this doesn't work very well, and looking at in the inclusive innovation space. And for this, we had 3 main mechanisms that we use, and I'll just speak to what we've got out of the 3, okay? Before we do that, just a quick review, borrowed from a slide that Hilary presented yesterday. What was the Sais value proposition? We wanted to strengthen innovation support organizations' capability to support the entrepreneurship space. We wanted to have testing, and so we went through market validation. We wanted to promote the approaches to yield better results through peer learning. I'm going to do this, sorry. And we wanted to instill expert advice, and the wealth of people that are here today are only a sample of how much Sais has built capacity in the region, and captured lessons, of course, because there's always opportunities to learn. So with the Innovation Fund, 2 open calls, 2018, 2019, and a challenge in 2020 in the midst of COVID. We sponsored 26 projects. Over 90 innovation support organizations have been touched by the Sais Innovation Fund. Because the innovation support organizations have impacted over 1,700 entrepreneurs, and this is just the numbers that we've been able to gauge at the moment, but this is rising because they continue to use the information and the support that the prototypes that we've had. Unfortunately, we had 2 terminations, and we had a good learning spree on that. So that spread on the slide is all the projects that are here. The information's out back, and you can all collect leaflets on that. To do this, Sais developed quite substantive guidance, and this guidance remains in the region. And this is a wealth of knowledge that is spread out in the focal points, at the supervisory board level, and with the projects, and they get to use that going forward. Some of the outputs. We looked, the innovation for us was in products, services, and processes. We've got products that have been scaled across borders. Professor Hilonga is here. He'll talk about his low-cost water filter. Professor Dion is also here. He spoke yesterday about the additive manufacturing that they've done between Botswana and South Africa. We've got services that have been provided by the Angel Investment Network. We've got a capacity building program for underprivileged young ladies and unemployed youth from South Africa and underprivileged ladies in Tanzania, the DRC, and in Kenya that gave capacity building. We've got processes that were developed by the university industry government network, and how do you connect private sector with government and link academia to it, so how does that work? And these are all packaged in impact case stories, which we'll hear from the next speaker, case studies, case stories that the projects themselves developed. We have project portfolios, annual reports, videos. Please link up with our YouTube video and you'll see quite a lot of information coming out of that. In the height of COVID-19, yes, we were impacted. A lot of the projects, including the program, pivoted to virtual delivery. We scaled some of the projects. They actually saw growth. We saw technology competence that contributed solutions, especially through the additive manufacturing project. Botswana was able to develop PPEs, and that wasn't planned, and so that was an opportunity because they had the knowledge. But we also realized that there was a lot of psychosociological support that was needed as part of this support that Sais was providing, and the projects that were working with entrepreneurs found themselves grappling with that. How were we able to scale through 2020 and 2021 is in gratitude and acknowledgement of a very flexible, versatile supervisory board. Every time the PMO went with change in program, we were met with, okay, do you think it's going to work? Go ahead, do it. And without that, these things don't work as easily. So we were able to implement with support from the board, and so for that we need to say thank you. And the board is made up of our 5 African governments, Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland, and the SADC Secretariat, and so we're deeply grateful. Capacity building, our second pillar. We had, with the help of service providers, we ran, I think now, I must make a correction. We've got 7 programs. We had the impact study, where projects were advised on building, they were provided with tools for analysis and methodology on how they would devise where they are, where they're going, and how they've impacted the ecosystem where they work. Miko will talk to that as he comes up. And that was done by Loughborough University in partnership with the Program Office, Management Office. We worked with Impact Amplifier on acceleration and investment readiness, and this we'll hear about later, on how bespoke programs actually make a difference when you're supporting innovation support organizations. We had BOP Inc. help us with the inclusive innovation, and our partners, Viridian, helped us more on the market validation, which was a learning that came out of the first 2 calls from the PMO, that projects were not quite ready to implement their validation concepts if they didn't have a structured guide, and Viridian helped us with that. They also worked with local government authorities on developing foresight, and now they're doing some testing with the Sais initiative. We worked with Demos Helsinki, with the city of Windhoek, to do a foresight pilot, which was then scaled when Viridian did it with the local government authorities in the 5 African countries again. Knowledge and networking. Here, the Sais initiative is one I'll make mention of, but you will hear a lot more about this afternoon. They do peer-to-peer learning, startup coaching, and competitions, which is branded by the Boost Up program, which we've had for the last 4 years. And they also developed through this joint initiative knowledge and networks. And this is a community of practice that is made up of government agencies, the focal points, and practitioners, which are the hubs that are in the region. Another initiative under our knowledge and networking is our soft landing platform, where we're building market access services for enterprises in Finland and on the continent in Southern Africa to expand and enter new markets. So we did a pilot in the height of COVID, and as we thought we were coming out of COVID, and we had, fortunately, an extension from our board, we decided to do an on-site study initiative, and this has gone very well, and we've been supported by Demola on this, and it's been an experience that is an experience that we really would like to see go forward. Hopefully, Sais will also take this up as one of the activities. And just so that you know, we don't walk away with all the knowledge that we have created in the region. We have a number of products that are available for the public. We have products that are also available in-house for those that we have worked very closely with, the focal points on how we did things, the Sais Supervisory Board, of course, and how they manage stuff. So I won't speak to any one of the products, but a lot of them are outside. They're also available on our website, and we will give you a link that will direct you straight to where you can download all the projects, all the products, sorry. Networking is a big part of what we're doing, and today is our final networking event. Should you see anyone from Sais following this event, we will be as invitees. So somebody asked me yesterday, how do you feel? Bittersweet. Sais events have always been a place where you meet people and you interact and you learn and you connect and you start up new ideas. But we've always done this in partnership with an existing event because we're a small team and we knew we're only here for 4 years at the time. So we didn't want to start something that we knew would not be sustainable. We partnered with the Southern African Innovation Summit. We partnered with Botswana Innovation Hub. We did something with SADC Industrial Week. And it was always an opportunity that we had the Sais brand, the Sais image, but we were part of something that was ongoing, and that was really, really great. And so today, not to be part of an event is great because you are all here and you're supporting us, but it would have been nice if we were part of something bigger, because it would be handing over that. But anyways, so we've been part of these events. We've done, from 2018, we've had our own track as part of an existing event. We've had partnership with the SADC Industrial Week on every, from the years, with the exception of 2020, because they didn't have it that year. But Sais has also been profiled in other platforms that are not organized by Sais. We've always been invited to participate, and the most recent one is with the EU-Africa Business Forum. But we've been part of the BIFISA, we've been part of the Finnish Business Week in Zambia, I think twice. So there's several events that we have featured, and Sais initiatives and activities have been registered. So that's my last slide. We've been speaking about collaboration, and I hope we continue to, we've come together, we'll stay together, and we will work together. Sais's objective was to enhance regional innovation cooperation and national innovation systems, contributing to inclusive innovation, inclusive business and development. I hope by the end of today, and as you go away, you will have learned what we were able to do, give us feedback on what we could have done differently, and continue to work together. Before I say my last words, I want to say this, because I don't have this opportunity again. Sais was run by a team set up by Niras in Finland. This is a management consulting firm that was awarded the contract by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland. I would like to say thank you to the team. Hilary, for sharing your knowledge, for guiding us, for correcting us, for making sure that things were done. Sorry. Teodensia. Finance would not have been possible, admin would not have been possible without your tenacity. Sharon. Sharon is from Sais 1. She came to us with the institutional understanding of how Sais as a program worked, and she has given us the joy of having 3 new additions to Sais. Between our team, and I'll mention them by name, but we were a very gender-balanced team, I should say. Hilary's nodding his head in affirmation. We were very gender-balanced, but she came to our team having, from Sais 1, she brought on Sais. She had a little Sais in Sais at the end of Sais 1, and then she brought on 2 additional products for Sais. Teodensia also gave us a product from Sais. We had a first communications officer, Nelao, who set us off. She left us for greener pastures in a fellow country, Botswana, having participated in an event in Botswana, so we've grown that. Then we were privileged to have 4 young experts from Finland, all of my gender. Auri, Rosa, who gave us another Sais product, Elina, Linda, and we brought on another communications officer who worked from remotely on her own, frustrated. Her only link to us was WhatsApp for most of the time. Misha, she's run this show in an amazing manner. So I really want to express my sincere appreciations. Without you guys, this would have not been possible. That is not to say I do not appreciate the rest of you. Focal Points, the board, you have all done us amazing credit in supporting us and making sure that Sais as a program is able to deliver as it has done. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think Dr. Flora and the rest of the team deserve another round of applause for the work done. Absolutely. We surely celebrate you, and I'm sure the community can testify to the impact that the program has had. Now, we continue with our second presentation for this morning, and this one will be highlighting that's the data collection and analytics on how to document your impact. And for that, we call on Associate Dean for Enterprise from Loughborough University, London, the United Kingdom, Prof. Miko Korea, to the podium to give us that presentation.
Hello, hello, hello. You can hear me? Yep. Good. And then I need to find this one. And then I need to see if I can read the slides. 3 things that are important. So my name is Miko, and many of you know me, and those of you who don't, good to meet you. And we have been involved in Sais for in fact, Sais 2, in fact, a very long time indeed. It has been a real pleasure to collaborate in so many different ways. We were there in the very first phases when we were thinking about how to set up Sais, and we've been giving expert inputs and feedback and being able to somehow facilitate parts of the process. And in that, we have gotten to know many of you, and that's been a really wonderful pleasure from our side. So I will talk a little bit about the impact cases. One of the things that we wanted to do in Sais was originally we wanted to sort of create a set of tools, and this resulted in the impact in networks and ecosystems. It was a toolkit essentially, because one of the things in innovation projects that is really difficult is to understand what actually is the impact of what we do. How does it play out? And so it was felt necessary to create this toolkit. And we did that, and we did some training with people, and in that process we met the wonderful teams here and had a fair bit of interaction around that. There's a publication that will hopefully arrive a bit later on today, and you will be able to pick up on this one, which is the results. What we did was we took the initial first cases that had been working, and we looked at what are they actually doing? How did they do it? What did they do? How did they achieve the things? And today, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the toolkit, a few words, the problematics of that, the Sais impact case report, and then a few words about the future, some of the things that we think might be important to think for the intermediaries here in the future also, in terms of improving and enhancing their activities. So, looking at the really grand challenge for all the people in the room is, what do you do that is desirable? Desirability is a really key driver of innovation. You can have all the technology that you want, you can have the business cases, but if people don't want what you have, it's never going to work. And this is the real acid test of innovation and innovation projects. And when we are thinking about ecosystem development and offering development of intermediaries, this comes to the fore all the time. Are you actually doing something which is desirable? This is the question to ask yourself when you hit the mirror in the morning and you look at yourself in all honesty and say, am I creating value? Am I doing something which people find useful, important, interesting, and so on and so forth? So that really is at the bottom of it. And around that, we have an ecosystem, around what we do. And this is why it's so important to understand all the other actors that are around us, because we're not doing this alone. We're doing this very much in together with other people, together with other parties, with their help, contributing to what they're doing. And this is why the ecosystem development is such an important issue overall. So we created a bit of a pathway to measuring the impact of what Sais is doing through a 5-step process. We said, well, actually, wouldn't it be nice to understand what is around us? So our step 1 was to look at what is outside. We then needed to understand a little bit more about what is actually happening within the actors themselves as step 2, writing it up through a stepwise process to create impact cases. We know a lot about indicators in the world, and what you can't measure doesn't really exist. So we've gotten in the development community over the years a lot better at measuring our own impact. But when we're looking at impact long term, we do need to go into narratives, because our quantitative statistics don't always show what is behind that data. And that's one of the things we try to really get into in this impact measurement, is to not look at the outcomes or the outputs, but actually look at what is the potential, what's the projection for impact that we might have. And this, in our understanding, requires that we understand the narratives behind the project. What are people actually doing? And that's been the thin red line behind this impact cases and this whole methodology of looking at it. So it's the narrative, but it is also understanding the ecosystem, understanding how we impact with the other actors, how do they impact to us, what do we do together, how can we collaborate, and so on and so forth. So we used a methodology coming from a colleague, and I'll get to these points later on. This is just to show that there is a method behind the madness, and we did tap into a whole series of literatures around impact measurement. The big problem with impact is that it is, at some point in time, right after you finish something, it can be a little bit ambiguous. We don't actually know if we will achieve it. We will achieve it, because it might only come forth in the next 10 years, 5 years, 10 years. So a lot of the introspection has to be around potential. What do we actually wish to and are able to? And one of the things that we can, however, look at is how do these models sort of play out in our work today? And one of them is to be looking at our ecosystems, here shown in green, informing our models of action, our service models, our business models, here shown in yellow-orange, creating sort of types of offering, and our clients. And the big thing that we really have to keep our eye on is this thing aligned? Is our ecosystem really able to support what we do? Because if it isn't, then we set ourselves up for failure. And still further, we need to ask ourselves some really difficult questions. Are we doing too complex things? What we do, is it too difficult to understand? Too abstract in terms of its value creation? Remember, people need to understand what we're doing. Lacking connectedness, so on and so forth. And this sort of dephasation that we sometimes find between our ecosystem, our business models, our offering, and the clients who might be all over the place might actually be very problematic indeed. At the same time, the network that we play in might not be well enough connected, or we might be tapping into the wrong network. Networking for the sake of networking doesn't make any sense at all. You need to do it with a purpose, with a clear mind, clear heading, saying that this is what we need to do. And if your ecosystem doesn't support what you do in practice, what you want to deliver in terms of value, and if your network or your ecosystem is not connected well enough, you really set yourself up for failure. And this is why it is really, really important to understand the alignment, and also how are you connected to other actors in a task-oriented way, in a way which will create benefit and value to you. So what did we find out from Sais overall? And few pointers along this thing. So in the big picture, we find that, I try to read it from there, is to aim to understand the problems and changes that have happened. That's what really we wanted to do, and to increase connectivity. Now, So we actually wanted to understand the systemic stuff around this, because if you do a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, you might find that you're sub-optimizing because you're doing only bits and pieces here and there, and you do need to think about the whole system. This is why projects like Sais and this whole set of interventions that Sais has sponsored is really interesting, because as a whole it addresses system from many different sides. And it does imply new ways of working. So the newness, we all know what a challenge that is. Doing new things is not very easy at all, because there are so many vested interests. New ways of doing things are sometimes found to be little acceptable or sometimes very difficult to understand. So what we're saying is that one of the things that is coming through is that there's a really strong interplay between conducive public policies that enable building up product service systems. So you never really build up a product or a service alone. You build up a system of how they work together. So conducive policies are extremely important for that. That is one of the key issues. That said, policies will never do it by themselves. So they need different types of intermediaries. These intermediaries are very important. All of the different organizations that have participated in Sais are intermediaries by definition. They are between policymakers and the kinds of beneficiaries that they wish to create benefits for, or to influence, or work with, and so on and so forth. So we need intermediaries. We need them desperately, and they are the real key piece in the puzzle. And helping these innovation intermediaries to create an impact in a systemic way, that is the real challenge. So we do have the challenge of creating conducive policies, but helping the intermediaries to really do their job so that they can create value in different ways, that is the really challenge. And I think that has been the cornerstone of Sais, and that's the success in that has been absolutely essential in the success overall of the project. And it's a real pleasure to read the kinds of reports that the different actors have sent on this one, to note how differently they have seen their activities, how differently they have approached their activities, and how different strategies they have used, but at the same time, in mostly achieving their aims in very good ways. A word of caution here, however, is that Sais in some ways has the role of a pilot program in this kind of an approach. So it has had the luxury of picking, like in Finland you would say, the raisins from the porridge, the best of the best. So it's no wonder that the organizations have really done well, because they have been very good to start with in what they do. So the big challenge, the really major challenge, will come when this kind of things is actually scaled up. Because then you will have a variety of organizations who will have very different past experiences of doing innovation in different contexts. And then the real challenges will come with capability, capacity, and I think that if we want to scale up, we need to create very robust mechanisms in the policy sector to support this. Somebody has said many years ago, a scholar studying innovation in Africa, is that organizations succeed despite the government. And in some ways that is true anywhere in the world, by the way, not only here. But they would succeed a lot better if you would have a whole series of conducive policies that can help in things. I think Sais has been extremely lucky, fortunate, with extremely good partners, also extremely supportive public administration behind it. But I think that this kind of support does need to be systematized still much further. That's my personal opinion. Still yet, going on a bit further, so the big chicks is there's a lot of learning happening in Sais. As showed by Flora in the previous presentations, an awful lot of material has been produced. The key challenge with that material is to make it workable. A lot of it has been written down. It requires translators to take that codified knowledge, that knowledge put into the booklets and everything, and make it operational on the field. Because knowledge doesn't travel very easily. You need somebody to translate it, somebody to put it into action. And that, I think, is a really big challenge for the next, perhaps, Sais program, is how do we use this knowledge? And I think the recommendation there is to basically use as many of the pieces of the puzzle as you possibly can of the existing group of people. Flora made a mention about the luck that they had in recruiting people from the previous Sais. That kind of luck, it doesn't happen by itself. You can also do it on purpose. So I think it's the lessons point in several directions. First of all, I think the policy-making issues are apparent. How to create conducive policies, how to create things that really help us forward. At the same time, I think the intermediaries have to have a very close look at themselves, go back to the mirror and say, honestly, what did we do well here? What did we do not so well? Where is there room to improve on all this? And these things together, they actually build up the systemic change. And this is what is needed. You need a systemic change to really make this reach the next level. We've had points of excellence overall, a very interesting sort of set of interventions happening here. When you move into a more systemic mode, that actually starts to really raise the bar in a big way. Okay, so some of the things that we found in is that the participation was really enhanced the understanding and awareness around creating new opportunities. I think that's really evident in all of these. And the awareness, understanding is a very big thing. And we did find that all of the projects create new and useful and diffusible product service systems. And many of them really can make a difference, and many of them have a potential for making a difference also. We also find that capacity building is present in almost everything that is done. I think it was also a demand to show that, and sometimes we find that people produce what is demanded. Key performance indicators are really important in this sense. Over half of the projects show evidence of and explicitly addressing sort of very high-level capacities. So you do need capacities on the top level, but you also need capabilities and understanding right there on the ground. And both are needed. You cannot just do one or the other. You have to actually do both. And we do find evidence of building, sector-specific skills, and as demonstrated by attention to agriculture, digital technologies, acceleration, and things like that. So, understanding awareness, clear evidence of enhanced awareness and improved understanding in the project. It's very clearly there. Attitudinal impact. Clear evidence of emerging changes. Now, these changes take time. It is not something that would happen today. Economic, there's lots of promise. Some of the projects clearly have a very short span for return of investment, and some of them are actually doing very well in terms of that. Environmental, this is a little bit more hazy. The environmental sustainability, I think, is not ignored, but it's not explicitly taken on board in many of the things. Some of the projects actually address it specifically, but it is there, and I think it's written into an understanding in the project. Health and well-being is a little bit the same. If we take the very wide health and well-being understanding, which means that you would have enough food on the table and enough opportunities, then they are there. Policy. I think there's very strong evidence in terms of positive administrative facilitation. Whether that's then codified into policies and practices in public administration is sometimes a little bit of a question mark. Cultural changes. Emerging cultural changes, yes. I think we're in a situation now where entrepreneurship overall is, and innovation, ecosystems, they're becoming more and more talked about, so the changes are there. And the extension of capacity or capability, if you want to call that in innovation language, is there is a development of an impact long-term in that. However, this scope of this project is still not that large. Gender is given quite a lot of attention there in very many good ways. The key challenge that doesn't come across always so well is, how is this going to be scaled up? And this is, I do believe that there is potential that exists in this, and it should be taken into account. All right, some thoughts about moving on. So we're doing well, but how can we improve? Conducive policies. If we look at the framework conditions, we can certainly improve on a variety of issues in terms of how do we set up things like infrastructure, how can we look at regulation and other things in our work. At the same time, we can certainly also look at enhancing the systemic conditions about what we do overall. And this is a model of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So we can actually impact in terms of the policies into almost all of the different areas that we have in very many different ways. And I think it warrants a lot of attention to be sure that you are addressing a whole series of these issues, not just one thing, but a whole series of issues. You need to have the overview of this. At the same time, the intermediaries should be supported to be in that sweet spot where technology, business or operational plans and human desirability, they come together to create really unique value propositions. And it is desirability that really drives the issue. I think that the intermediaries should really be thinking about providing services that are valuable in use from their perspective. So it's not only the policy making, creating the framing or helping to create it, but the intermediaries thinking, how do we create value for use for the people who work with us? Or how can we help people to create exchange value? Making services that we can actually create monetary value, we can monetize, we can get products, services that really help us overall. And finally, provide services that create valuable contexts. People coming together, the types of ecosystems that we've been seeing here, how can the intermediaries do that better? So value in use, value in exchange, value in context are super important issues for the intermediaries to be thinking about when you take the next steps to move forward. And it really depends on what you do as an intermediary. Are you doing product service systems? Are you looking at developing your business models? Are you looking at engaging with the ecosystem? You probably need to do all this at once. So this really raises the challenge bar for the intermediaries in many different ways. Finally, you need to really make sure that others understand what you're doing. So we live in a world of limitations. We need to find the problems, solve the problems. We have some unknowns. But what we really have to keep our eye on is the world of opportunities. Creating that kind of new well-being, that kind of world that is going to come to us. And we have lots of unknowns in there, and we have the key problem that our users, the people we work with, don't necessarily understand what we do. And so the intermediaries, I would suggest that you pay a lot of attention to making your offering understandable. How can people understand what you're doing in a way that they can take it up, they can profit from it, and they can actually run with it because they need to do it. You can only help them. With that, I would thank you very much and wish you all the best of luck, and thank you for the opportunity for working with Sais.
All right, thank you very much, Prof, for that presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like we mentioned earlier, that we will have panel discussions, and you will have an opportunity for a Q&A that is towards the end of the panel discussions. All right, so for that, our first session for this morning is going to be zooming into the Innovation Fund in action, opportunities in building innovation ecosystem and cross-border collaboration. Now, before we delve into the panel discussion, we'll have a short presentation which will be done, that is by our moderator for this session, and that will be on innovation fund tools and processes, and this will be done by Mr. Lindy. Now, he is a lead expert at the Sais 2 program based right here in Windhoek, Namibia. Before joining Sais 2, he worked as a senior operations officer at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. on digital innovation and development. So let's welcome him on stage, and right after his presentation, we'll be back to introduce you to the rest of the panel that will be on our first session for today. So Mr. Lindy, please come and let's get to hear from you this morning.
So thank you, Mikko. What you said, it was very informative, useful, and of course we've been working long time together and setting up this type of new instruments, which I'm sure all the projects who work with you also appreciated. So the both the methodology as well as then the outcomes, they are already available online. We are only taking few prints because for obvious reasons we don't want to burden too much of anyone's bags when you travel home. So go and check all these documents, they are online at Sais website. I want to say a few things about before we start this the rest of the day programs, because most of the players and speakers you will see, these are really, as we call them or as we feel them from Sais Program Management Office, we feel that they are part of the Sais, and these are of course the projects that we have funded through the Innovation Fund. And in many ways, when we talk about all the results and achievements in Sais, it really is about this ecosystem of players, and in particular these projects that who have achieved these results. So that's why when you look at, for example, the results sheets which we have put down outside in the table for you to pick up, you may see the different figures and nice numbers about what the program has achieved in the different countries, but these achievements are these are achievements by the projects that we have funded. So Sais PMO, in a sense, has played sort of a coordinator role and facilitator role in bringing that knowledge out of them and packaging that knowledge, but really the projects have generated. And as Mikko mentioned also, it's a long way still to go before we really know what will be the eventual impact and how do we measure it, because that happens maybe a year to sometimes even longer time period when you really see the changes is happening. But I think the point what you mentioned in your earlier talk is vital, and this is about investing and supporting intermediaries, because we don't really see often this kind of a focus in different programs and activities. There's always a lot of talk about, let's support entrepreneurs, big businesses, small businesses, let's support industry, and let's support academia. But these players that are standing somehow there in the middle are often the ones who are making things to happen, because they tend to bring all these other players together and making sure that if I'm an academic and I have academic resources to spend, that these resources can be connected to that kind of owner, say for a smaller company, that might be very beneficial of using those resources. Same way if I'm a big business and I may think about why do I need support, but what I really need is to work with the agile, fast, early stage startups who we could maybe give out some ideas to develop. And perhaps at some point in time, these may become new type of products and services within our bigger business. So it's this kind of ecosystem approach and a connectivity what is really important. And Sais, we saw that the intermediaries are in the forefront of that. So now when we look at the Innovation Fund, that of course played the key role in this whole process. And I'm not only talking about those 26 projects that we ended up supporting, but it's also those organizations that worked with the projects that we supported. So all the capacity building that has been provided in investment readiness, for example, by Impact Amplifier, or showcasing local policymakers on what can such social technologies as Foresight to do when they start thinking that how to support their SMEs and startup scene going forward and thinking about 3 to 5 years forward. And Viridian has done great work for us. Understanding what are the business models and how to support the base of the pyramid and those organizations and individuals even who live with less than $4 a day. So understanding these approaches and how to really roll out services and products for the poorest part of the population, I think BOP Inc. helped us a lot. We also then have other partners such as VC for Africa who has helped us to introduce the networks of mentors for the early stage startups. We have Demola who has supported us, like Flora mentioned, to set up a first pilot ever for the regional soft landing platform. And these all are, of course, initiatives that can and perhaps will continue after Sais. These are all, like most of the Sais publications, which we also referred earlier today, these are all that kind of documents that Sais doesn't really possess the IP for it. So these are not the proprietary knowledge, only few of them are, and that of course comes by default in such a business as this. But most of the documents are designed with the Creative Commons, so they are open knowledge and they are free for you to take forward. And these certainly are these are not the last word in that business. On the contrary, they may only be a beginning. So feel free to use all the knowledge what you have and what Sais have produced and take this forward. So quickly on something of Sais Innovation Fund and the practical projects, what we did. So all these 26, for us the idea was that we don't want to support research and development, we don't want to support infrastructure. What we do want to support is the validation of the good prototypes or existing prototypes or even existing products, and how these can be then spinned off to the other markets within the SADC region or even beyond. So these practical projects, they always had a starting point, they had a purpose to do, and they had an end point. And in most cases, I'm glad to say that the results were at least good, some even borderlining excellent. So we have a great new products and services that are going into a deployment SADC-wide and even beyond. Sais Innovation Fund, we are still collecting some of the key numbers there, and we hope to make these also available and understandable in that kind of format, that even my mother, when she asks me what are you doing, I can show her something and she says, this is what you are doing there. So it's something that we also would like to give you as an advice and a takeaway, that I know a lot of the capacity building which was engaged to you and pushed you by the Sais PMO, it wasn't because we simply wanted to create red tape, but it was because when you document and you catalog the learnings and the results, it's much easier to continue going forward and seek, for example, additional funding. So I just want to stop there and then put you on a picture with Sais Innovation Fund before we continue with the rest of the panels, so you know a little bit what is to follow. But Master of Ceremony, I think that's my intervention.
Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lindy. And like we said, right now we're going to go into getting on our panelists onto stage. So I'll just ask the tech guys just to come assist us on stage just by removing the podium for us as well as the mic. All right, so let's get our panelists on to the stage. Now, our very first panelist for this morning is Africa Food 360 Accelerator Chief Executive, Ms. Nambula Kambuchi. She is a private enterprise development professional for over 15 years, experience in entrepreneurship ecosystem and inclusive innovation. Our next panelist is Mr. Johannes. He is an edupreneurs networking and empowering edtech entrepreneurs that is he's an innovation officer, Namibian Business Innovation Institute. So he is also part of our panelists for this morning. He has been working in the innovation ecospace for about 10 years, and he holds that is a master's degree for business administration from the Cyprus University and an honors in economics from the Namibia University of Science and Technology. Our next panelist for this morning, that is Dr. Hailonga, transfer of water filter technology. He's a professor at the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, Tanzania. Now, he's the winner of 22 reputable awards, including the World Health Organization Health Prize, Pitch at Palace, and the African Prize for Engineering Innovation 2015, which was sponsored, that is, by the British Royal Academy of Engineering. And our last panelist is City Piloting a Biotech Incubator, Mr. Maharaji, Cluster Head, BioCity, South Africa. Now, he is a science and engineering specialist for over 25 years in the implementation of large projects, and he's been involved in developing concepts at lab scales and transferring those to pilot and commercial scales. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are our panelists, and I hand over to Mr. Lindy to start off. That's the discussion for this morning.
I think now it's on, yes. So thank you very much. So you already got the brief introduction of the panelists as well as the framework for our conversation. So I won't be laying it out too much longer, but simply let's just hear a little bit more about, within this unfortunate short time, about your experiences as a Sais project holders. And let me start first by you, Nambula. Been knowing each other already for quite a while, and I know that you are definitely a mover and shaker in your ecosystem and even beyond. So could you tell me a little bit about the Africa Food 360 project, which you were coordinating, and what were the greatest achievements from your perspective?
Right. So thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. and results coming from the Africa Food 360, which is a project that was funded by the Sais 2 Fund. The Africa Food 360 is a product of WEAC, the Women's Entrepreneurship Access Center, and it was basically designed to support and build innovation capacity of women agriculture business owners, helping them to scale their innovation, but also to support how they impact outgrow communities that they work with. So the project basically focused on addressing some of the agricultural and food systems challenges that Africa is facing today. So we're basically looking at challenges in Africa's food security, nutrition, climate smart technologies, as well as the challenges that exist in contract farming and agricultural outgrower schemes in Africa. And so the project itself was designed to ensure that we were focusing on those challenges that exist systemically within the agricultural value chain. So we put 24 companies in an accelerator program, which lasted about 18 months, to understand some of the challenges that they were facing in scaling, and these were female. So majority female-owned companies in Zambia. As you know, the agriculture sector contributes about 8.7%, I think the fourth largest contributor to GDP in Zambia. And so we are working with a very important constituency of women agripreneurs that are mainly in the biofortified food sector, working in very challenging markets, basically working with the bottom of the pyramids who are rural outgrower producers. And you also know that rural markets are very challenged when it comes to infrastructure, having access to market, and basically dealing with issues around the agency syndrome in the agriculture sector. So the idea was to see how we could expand retail networks and ensure that we were also building capacities in terms of access to market, but also understanding very specific challenges and opportunities that exist in integrating gender-based approaches when it comes to innovation. So we played a very critical role through this project. We used a data triangulation strategy, so meaning that we were also learning, using our theory of change framework, we were learning what it takes really to increase efficiency within the agricultural supply chain. And we did 6 case studies focusing on agricultural subsectors, mainly women who were processing, who were facing challenges in getting their product from the source, from the rural producers, and getting them finally to the retail market. But the project also had a very interesting component and so many moving pieces. So we work with GEN, the Global Entrepreneurship Network, to also provide a platform to create more visibility, focusing on challenges that women agripreneurs are facing in Africa. That's Namibia, GEN Namibia. And one of the important components of the project also was to focus on digital storytelling. And so with our partner, Capture Creative, we focused on telling the stories of these agripreneurs that were working in low-constrained, resource-constrained communities, and also highlighting some of the challenges that they were facing and how they were contributing to improving rural income.
Let me stop you there for a while. We come back to your project, but I take the other panelists also on the board. And of course, we are very keen to hear more about your project. So Nambula's project actually came from Sais Innovation Fund Window 3, which was particularly set to service and provide support for the projects that were addressing so-called the base of the pyramid market. Now, our Window 2 was really about it was innovation intermediaries and potentially that type of intermediaries that can also nurture the growth of new businesses under their umbrella. And I think, Askwar, you had an excellent, if I may say so, it looks really good, excellent experience on launching your own activity. So could you tell a little bit about your project? How did it go?
Well, I applied for the Sais one, and the reply was, they regret to inform me that my application is not successful. Do you know why? because I was applying as a PI, project investigator, whatever, what is that? So it looks like a research, and that is why they said they regret that my application did not go through. So, but the good news is that one of the reviewers, I don't know whoever he is, those judges, made a certain comment that I think I propose that this transfer can be done with a competent organization like Sarima. And I said, what is this Sarima on earth? So I searched for Sarima. What's Sarima? And I looked for it. It's an organization in South Africa, Southern African Research and Innovation Management. Wow, I said, this is a breakthrough. So I wrote to these people, because at the first application I was applying with Plymouth University in the UK. You see, the UK is a big name. So I thought I will get this grant. But I failed. But now with Sarima and a very strong proposal, that is not a research-based. It is something that's really practical. It's in the market, and how can we transfer it now from one country, that is Tanzania, to another country, that is Zambia. And I will tell you briefly about this. I know our time is very short here. What we are transferring is a water purification system that I invented. Its name is nanofilter. So it's a nanotechnology-based water purification system. You can just search for this and see how it works and so on. But in a nutshell, we pass water through various media, and you get clean and safe water. That has got WHO certification now, and this is a big news that I am so excited. I'm so excited to share this. It has a performance of 99.9999%, according to WHO. So we are so grateful for this. Anyway, so the big task was now, how can we transfer this technology from Tanzania to Zambia? So our proposal was based on that. So I don't know if there is a follow-up question on how we were doing it, but it was very interesting. We had an exchange program between Tanzania and Zambia. Kenya is very easy to mention, but those guys are troublemakers. No, so not troublemakers. They are very good. They are our rivals, Tanzania and Kenya. But now, this time is for Southern Africa. This is Zambia. We took some Zambians, we trained them in Zambia, but also they came to Tanzania. They saw how we do this thing in Tanzania. By the way, this nanofilter is well rooted in Tanzania already. It's a very strong company. It's making impact there. So they learned it practical. They were there for 1 month. I tell you, I'm so grateful to our sponsors. They are so generous. I'm so grateful. Training, learning is always very expensive. If you want to remember, see how much you are paying for your children. But when they graduate, the result also is enormous. So there was a lot of investment in building our capacity, both in the Tanzanian side and on the Zambian side. And now the product is strong in Zambia. We have established a partnership there. The product is growing. If there is a follow-up question, I will ask. Thank you very much. Excellent, sir.
Thank you. And see that it really is rolling well, and you have got a lot of clout there. And yeah, looking forward to follow also on many different channels on the media, social media in particular, where you are quite active. Let me continue on the window too about the entrepreneurs. The last call with Sais launch was organized as a challenge. So there were certain particular problems, or let's say problems and challenges that not only COVID-19 instilled to different ecosystem players within Southern Africa, and I do think that these were similar challenges all over the world. So one of the successful projects that applied on this particular call, which was also shorter by the budget and shorter by the duration. So 6 months, 50,000, but you gotta see whether you can actually validate what you are proposing us. So Hasekiel, you did an edupreneur project. So could you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here, and I just want to show the appreciation to Sais, what they have done. We have been with Sais since the beginning, 10 years ago, if I can remember very well. Yeah, but to dive into the Edupreneur project, I think it was a trigger from the COVID-19. And during COVID-19, we noticed there was a lot of edupreneurs that are coming up, but we were not really sure that their in an organized manner. In addition to that, there was also a question of infrastructure. Is there an infrastructure of that? So the reason we participated in this call was to develop an edupreneur resilient ecosystem. And we were focusing in three main objectives. One of the objectives was to develop a digital platform, not only to have the edupreneurs in Namibia, but also at the SADC level. So it was really a challenge because it's a new thing, and also it's a partnership between an academic institution and a private company, which is a startup for that matter, that also went through our program. The second one was to build capacity, if there was any, in terms of digitalization. And the third one was to come up with a recommendation paper. We wanted to call it a policy paper. Then through the way, we realized that we can't call it a policy paper, rather call it a recommendation paper. So it was really a great challenge for us because of the partnership and also COVID-19 itself, and also the time frame that we had to deliver all these things. But the good news is that at the end of the project, on the digital platform, we had about 64 edupreneurs that have registered. But now, as I checked now, we have about 124 edupreneurs that have registered on the edupreneurs system. So this is not only edupreneurs from Namibia, but we are talking about Botswana, and I think we have a lot of them from Botswana, Zambia, Tanzania, and the surprising thing is that we also had some edupreneurs from Nigeria and also from the UK. The other thing, we train over 100 edupreneurs as a capacity building, and also the recommendation paper is done, which is really at the final stage to be published.
I mean, these are great results, and this is 6 months, of course, 6+ now when your project has already ended. So it shows really that the good planning and right timing, you can make difference, and you can certainly make difference even cross-border. But let me now, last but not least, look at the Sais window 1, which was purposefully designed to support activities that may have a little bit more, let's say, analytical angle on it. So develop better understanding, where are the gaps in the different ecosystems, and what would be that kind of a glues that could and should be used to patch these gaps. So the project City, BioCity, Deepak, you've been following this one quite well. It was from the first Sais call, and you were not even impacted that much by COVID because your implementation was very, very swift, very rapid, very to the point, and you also achieved great results. Can you share some of those?
Yeah, thanks. So, the city project was essentially a pilot. It was designed to test out the possibility of a biotech incubator. Not only in South Africa, but the African continent has an emerging bioeconomy sector. And I think the continent has put impetus on the bioeconomy to create the required growth on the continent. So it was aptly placed to evaluate a biotech-based incubator. So the program was essentially to pilot through the recruitment of businesses pre-revenue and take them through an extensive training program in entrepreneurial development. So we had, I think it was over 50 applicants, of which we selected 9 between South Africa and Zimbabwe, with our partners, which was the Tech Village. Those businesses were taken through a 6-month boot camp with various different modules around entrepreneurial development and how to navigate the various barriers to entry in, I would typically say, the Porter's 5 forces of business, how to navigate those in the biotech space. The program, and a pilot is typically, in science terms, it's to test a concept and whether it's able to scale. So I think we successfully achieved that in the fact that it gave rise to BioCity as a dedicated biotech ecosystem partner. And I wouldn't say just an incubator, because we work across the ecosystem and we enable the ecosystem to a large extent. So that was a key outcome from this. BioCity got entrenched within the national system of innovation in South Africa and Africa. So from the businesses that we brought into the program, a few of them have actually been able to, with the support provided from the program, scale their businesses significantly. And I'll just highlight one, for example, a company called Cape Biotech, or Cape Bio, was one of the first cohort members that was supported by Sais, and was designed to produce, it was around producing reagents through genetically modified organisms. But they used the COVID pandemic as a springboard to pivot their business and started going into antigen-based COVID tests. The business has now scaled significantly. They employ, I think, in the region of about 30 people. So the program itself has grown. Although, with Sais, we were only able to recruit 9 businesses. BioCity to date has just yesterday brought in their 35th business that we now incubate. We managed to create a lab because we identified as part of the program that an open access lab is a critical gap when it comes to biotech incubation. Somewhere that a business or an entrepreneur or a scientist with an idea needs the freedom to operate. They have that limitations at universities because intellectual property sharing is a limitation. Other contract-based organizations are quite expensive. So here, the BioCity lab has the ability for a business to pay rental access, get into the program, and develop their own concepts to market.
Let me ask you this follow-up question, because it really is an ecosystem panel, and I'm aware that you had certain gaps in the biotech ecosystem, and you certainly are ahead of the curve in many countries in the continent and even beyond. But to my understanding, there was also a movement that was triggered by the Sais project to establish a dedicated funding mechanism also in the ecosystem. Could you tell a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so OneBio was partners to this initial Sais program, and they moved on to be a dedicated venture capital fund, and they managed to secure, through the support from the Sais program, managed to secure a total fund of 200 million rand, of which around 80 to 90 million, of which about 80 to 90 million is made available as a seed fund. And the seed fund is basically, they provide risk funding to the African ecosystem for biotech startups, which allows them to navigate through the early stages of development without the concern of a target-driven venture capital type investment. And the program has been very successful because some of the businesses that they've invested in from a seed perspective have now moved on to dedicated investments.
So I think this is an excellent example of something that you managed the ecosystem, and you knew the ecosystem, you knew the gaps. And while Sais did not invest a penny into the fund, but we were, through little support for one component in the ecosystem, triggered significant investments, then came to the table and established another instrument. So I think this is a great story, and I'm really looking forward to follow it up and
include on that one. I think it's important to state that the grounding that was built on the science program has now allowed BioCity to, as part of its strategy, we want to actually replicate the BioCity model throughout the African continent. So I look forward to engaging during the breaks on partnerships in these individual countries so that we can replicate this model.
Very good. And on this note, so let's move forward and look what's happening next with all the projects. So Nambula, I guess you are quite well set up now I do hope you are in the ecosystem. So what is your what is the offering of your projects to startups in your local ecosystem now? Or is there a specific branch of startups that you are looking to support?
So the Africa Food 360 has given us an opportunity. It has had such a cascading effect that we've been able actually to establish a replication model, which we have further used. Recently, we worked with the Accelerated Growth for SMEs, funded by the Finnish Foreign Affairs government. And part of that funding gave us the opportunity to actually test the accelerator model forward. This has also broadened the opportunity to work more with marginal groups that are really working in the margins of the economy, and we are trying to support transformation from the margins of the economy into the mainstream. And so far through the project, we've been able to, through the 24 companies that were incubated through Africa Food 360, we've reached out to over 16,000 outgrowers. And this has also enabled us to really have a model that focuses on supporting social enterprise models. And currently we are looking at how we can further use the same model to replicate in other specific geographic areas. And what is also important is the regional integration focus, where we had this peer-to-peer kind of engagement between Namibian women in agriculture with the Zambian agripreneurs, which enabled us also to test the possibility for cross-border collaboration.
Let me just clarify, because the snowball factor is really important here, that 60,000 outgrowers? Over 16,000 outgrowers. So I think the long tail of the project seem to be very much on the right track when we look at in the future and even measuring the impact then going forward.
Absolutely.
So Askvar, again, back to you and of course the nanofilter, which is a very well-established product now. So what are the next steps? Are you sustainable now in Zambia, and do you have plans to go other countries within the region or even beyond?
I'm so grateful because this project has really created more opportunities for us, because even in Tanzania now, our reputation, our status is really raised. The bar is so high, and I'm so grateful for COSTECH. They are making follow-up, and they are seeing how this innovation can be further supported in Tanzania and beyond. I was just communicating with the director of COSTECH. I should not release in the public here, but this is big news. Anyway, but in Zambia, we are working with our partner there. They have their own office. They are growing slowly. I cannot over-exaggerate their success. It's just still the early beginning, but it's growing well. They made their own way of branding the water. It's interesting. I like it. It's okay. But we still maintain that patent and the trademark. And now, because people have seen this, because of the publicity around this project, we are getting requests from other countries. The recent one is from Uganda, and there is a hope of pressing to Uganda. Of course, Kenya is still there. We tried before Sais, but now with the lessons I learned in Sais, I think I will do better now in Kenya. They have come up with a new approach. Someone is clapping, maybe from Kenya. We love Kenyans, but they are saying Mount Kilimanjaro is in Kenya. That's the problem. But we love it. They are very good friends, very good people. So we want to scale up to these neighbor countries, and I hope with the solid lessons we got in Zambia, it's easier now than ever before of the procedures to follow as we go to other countries. If time was enough, I could tell you like what are the procedures we follow. And
let me stop you there. Can you give us quickly 3 things that you need to think about when you are planning to cross a border with your business? What are the 3 things that you did?
Government, number 1. We cannot do this like a drug business. Openly, it's better to approach the government from day one, that we are transferring this technology, it works like this, and then get the formal documentation from the government. So for Zambia, we went to the Ministry of Health, They took the water, they did the analysis, and they gave us the certificate. That was a very important beginning because it is trusted, and that was a good beginning. And then the local government, the district commissioner, and others. So that's number one, very important. And then to build the publicity with people, of course, marketing, introducing the product in a right way for people to connect it well with where it started from. So we show the links in Tanzania, the pictures, the impact we are making. But another thing was to empower the local people, those Zambians whom we employed in the project. They came to Tanzania, they saw this thing practically, so it is difficult to delete from their brains that this thing does not work. How can they say so while they have been in Tanzania and they have experienced it for a whole month? So it's difficult for them to retreat that this thing is not working. It works. So those are some of the few things that I can mention quickly.
Thank you. Ezekiel.
All right, Mr. Lindy, just before you continue at this point, we'd just like to find out, is there any questions from the audience before Mr. Lindy continues and basically just wraps up this panel discussion? So if there's anybody who has a question, you can just raise your hand and we'll get the mic to you. Okay, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. I think my question is to the Prof with regard to the filter. And I just wanted to appreciate, in terms of the transfer of the technology between, as you said, yourself from Tanzania to Zambia. From an intellectual property perspective, what does it entail? Are you licensing it? Are you developing a production capacity in Zambia? What is the model? Thank you.
Okay, any other question before we get back to the panel? Okay, over there. Okay, Martini will get the mic to you.
My question is to Deepak, I think through Hilary. What are the opportunities for scaling? I didn't hear a little bit more on what you are doing in South Africa and in Zimbabwe. To Deepak, I think.
Okay, so those, so I would ask just the panelists to answer that, and then we have about 3 more minutes left in the discussion, and we'll wrap it up.
The question on how we work in Zambia, this is something that I did not explain. Our business model is like we sell filters as filters, the gadgets, the water purification system. But the system, how we make a mass impact to people is through a kiosk. So we establish a small kiosk like this where you add, what is that, internet voucher or phone voucher, the small kiosk. We put a water purification system there. Then we employ local entrepreneurs, mainly ladies. They work in that kiosk, they purify water and sell to their community. So in Zambia, we have established 20 kiosks. They are there. So these ladies are working there, they sell water to the community. So it's an employment for them, but they are also they're providing, increasing access to clean and safe water to the local community. The water is sold at a price that is 5 times cheaper than the market price. So it's cheaper and people can afford, even the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So that's how we work. But our long-term plan is to do like as we are doing in Tanzania, so they can have their manufacturing facility there to manufacture the materials, to produce the filters, to sell the filters. Again, it involves other partners also, other manufacturing companies for the gadgets, because we have it in Tanzania, a company that's making for us the containers and so on. So step by step, if there is someone interested to scale up this technology in their countries, let's talk during the tea time, and the doors are open.
Just to come to that question. So the program was initially started in 2019, so it's just over 2 years going. And the way we scaled it, so although our reach is across the African continent, we have a physical space only in the Western Cape. Now, we incubate, as I mentioned earlier, it's about 35 businesses currently, but we have an open call that invites businesses in the biotech, and I'm reluctant to say biotech, bioeconomy space because it's got a broader connotation to it. And we then provide with dedicated support that we identify a business might need to be able to navigate their way to the market and provide them with the necessary inputs. And we do that through a mentorship model, a one-on-one mentorship from our networks, and access to the laboratory. So not everybody needs access to our labs, but the limitation is not everybody can access our labs because it's only in the Western Cape. So part of the scaling, and that's what is to replicate that open access laboratory model, which is a critical component that we identified as an outcome from the program, to be able to help these businesses navigate those early stage challenges. So it's a short answer, and I think we can engage further during the break for me to give you more details. But for us to make this real step in the bioeconomy, we need to replicate the biocities across the the African continent. So this open access lab, it's the first on the continent. It's well entrenched in the United States and Europe, and it has been demonstrated to work. But it's the first one in Africa. So I think replicating it is critical for us to make real impact to the bioeconomy of the continent.
All right, maybe then just, Mr. Levy, have closing remarks from our panelists?
No personal remarks. Just one more question to Hasekiel as a final question. So can you name 3 things that Edupreneur project is helping the educational sector and startups in particular in Africa and in Namibia, or other way around, in Namibia and in Africa?
So, because the idea was to develop a digital platform, from the digital platform there was an extension of WhatsApp groups that were created from the Edupreneur. So now there's a lot of interactions, networking that is happening. That's one of the things. And the project is really pushing to make sure that these Edupreneurs are registered on the Edupreneur digital platform. The second part is that we are seeing a lot of, within the networking, you are also seeing a lot of information sharing in terms of policies in Namibia and also out of Namibia, and how these Edupreneurs can tap into and how they can partner with other Edupreneurs within the SADC countries. So we are seeing a lot of B2B transactions happening, and then also the B2C transaction happening, and we are planning to engage them and see how we can help them at this level. The other part that we are seeing is that out of this interaction, we are also seeing that there is a lot of interest on how these Edupreneurs can interact with Namibia University of Science and Technology. And as one of the exciting projects that we are looking at working together in the area of artificial intelligence. And I'm looking forward to see how we can make that happen, not only in Namibia, but also around SADC. That will also, because it's coming out of this interaction in this project. Other than that, we are also looking at pushing the Edupreneur recommendation paper so that we can also engage the government, because you will need the government so that you can have this cross-border trade between the Edupreneur. So in a nutshell, that is what we are doing, and there is always new things that are coming up in this project.
So the future looks good, and I leave it there since we already had the questions from the audience, and we are 2 minutes already past our scheduled time. So thank you, panelists. Thanks for joining with us. Thank you for being partners in Sais.
Indeed, thank you very much. It's exciting time to be alive and on this continent and seeing all of those projects come to life. A big thank you that is to our panelists who can exit the stage. And that's how we end our session 1 for this morning. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene back again. You can continue the conversations during your networking session. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
entrepreneurship, knowledge, networking. How the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program fostered innovation across SADC. The Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, or Sais, was established in 2011 to promote entrepreneurship and innovation across SADC. In 2017, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland launched the second phase of the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, Sais 2, to build on Sais 1's successes and strengthen Southern Africa innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems at a regional level. Sais 2 worked in partnership with the governments of Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia, as well as the SADC Secretariat, and pursued the overall aim of enhanced regional innovation cooperation and national innovation systems contributing to inclusive business and development. The program's overall aim was divided into 3 result areas: institutional capacity for regional cooperation, improved expertise and skills in government institutions and innovation support organizations to support private sector innovation and enterprise development. Innovation in enterprises, improved capacity for early-stage enterprises and startups to enter new markets with new or improved products, processes, and services. Inclusive innovation, improved capabilities for innovation support organizations and entrepreneurs to develop new and improved products, processes, and services with and for socially and economically excluded communities. In addition, the support of female and youth entrepreneurship and the mainstreaming of the human rights-based approach are implemented within the program as cross-cutting objectives. The Sais 2 Innovation Fund formed the backbone of program activities, providing about 3.2 million euros in grant funding to 26 projects based in 5 partner countries. These projects were required to pursue a specific goal and had to be managed by consortia of member organizations from around the world. However, each consortium was required to appoint a lead coordinator based in one of the Sais 2 partner countries. The final requirement to be eligible for grant funding was the ability to co-fund the project either in cash or in kind. As a result of this co-funding requirement, a further 1.3 million euros of cash and in-kind funding was mobilized to foster entrepreneurship and innovation across the SADC region. Capacity building. Capacity building was a crucial factor in ensuring the success of the Sais 2 Innovation Fund projects. Once they were selected, the projects underwent training in skills such as writing case studies, program management, investment readiness, and inclusive innovation. These training and capacitation activities were delivered to almost 40 Innovation Fund-supported organizations and had a notable impact on Sais 2 Innovation Fund projects' success. Outside of the Innovation Fund, Sais 2 also engaged in foresight training for municipalities as well as private and public sector organizations involved in entrepreneurship and innovation in the Sais 2 partner countries. These training sessions were delivered to over 50 representatives, better enabling them to predict future challenges and find ways to address them and achieve their goals. Finally, the Sais 2 soft landing platform provided opportunities for entrepreneurs from Southern Africa to learn more about expanding into Finland and vice versa. Under this program, 14 startups from Southern Africa and Finland participated in workshops and business trips organized for them to gain better access to new markets. Knowledge and networking. By leveraging knowledge and networking, Sais 2 worked to transfer best practices and lessons learned to stakeholders across Southern Africa and beyond. Sais 2 engaged in these activities in 3 main ways. The annual Southern Africa Innovation Forum, or ASAF, was the program's flagship networking event where entrepreneurs, academia, and public sector organizations could engage with each other and exchange best practices to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship in the region. 4 ASAF events were held in partnership with larger entrepreneurship events in South Africa and Botswana, namely the SA Innovation Summit and the Botswana Innovation Day, respectively. Almost 900 people attended ASAP on-site and online over the past 4 years. Another major initiative organized by Sais 2 was Connected Hubs, a community of practice where innovation support organizations in the public and private sector could exchange knowledge and best practices. The network of organizations in Connected Hubs could also work together across borders to achieve their goals and support entrepreneurs in their region. Since its founding in 2017, Connected Hubs grew to comprise 26 organizations from 6 countries. In 2021, Connected Hubs launched itself as a regional super organization known as the Southern Africa Innovation Collective, or SAIC. The organization's function remains the same, but it is now run by a secretariat led by the Technology Innovation Agency of South Africa. SAIC's largest externally facing activity has been to organize the Boost Up Startup Support Program in partnership with Sais 2. Boost Up functioned as an incubator and startup pitch competition where social impact startups were taught skills crucial to pitching their businesses along with other important business skills. Psych member organizations and talented mentors and trainers from Southern Africa and Finland provided the training. Over 900 startups have attended Boost Up setup training events, while 53 startup finalists underwent Boost Up Scale-Up incubation. 35 of the finalists attended Slush in Finland. Finally, Sais 2 was deeply involved in recording data and lessons learned during the running of the program. This information has been packaged into over 20 knowledge products, some in partnership with Sais and our knowledge partners. These publications ranged in subjects from knowledge capture and ecosystem studies to how to host events, advice on running hubs, and showcases of entrepreneurs' experiences in Southern African markets, to name only a few. Using these tools, funding, capacity building, and knowledge and networking, together, the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program was able to make a remarkable impact on the
Ladies
Southern
and
African
gentlemen, this
innovation
is
landscape.
your 1
But we
minute
would not have been
notice
able
to
to do
please
this without the support of many
return
partners,
back inside so we
knowledge
can get
partners,
started with
and
our second
stakeholders
session
who
for this
worked
morning.
with us to make
You
this
have
possible.
exactly
Thank
60
you for all
seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 30-second call to please return back inside so we can get started. right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. Just asking everybody that's still outside to please just move back. So we get to continue, that is, with our sessions for today. And for everybody online, if you're still right there or if you're just joining us, welcome. That is to the Sais 2 and Conference 2022, coming to you live. That's from Windhoek, Namibia, under the theme Entrepreneurship, Knowledge and Networking, Fostering Innovation and Inclusivity in SADC. Our second session for this morning, ladies and gentlemen, will be dealing with policymakers and roundtable discussion. Now, this session will provide recommendations and suggestions on what can be done in terms of supporting innovators in their ecosystem and how key ministerial and other organizations are working to strengthen and establish policies and innovation support mechanism in the local innovation ecosystem. Now, to be our moderator for this session is Director of Research and Innovation from the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation, Namibia, Dr. Mudia. Please join us, that is, on stage as we get this session started. Now, joining him on this panel discussion for today is Mr. Jyrki Pulkkinen. He is the Ambassador for Innovation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that is in Finland. Now, Dr. Pulkkinen is the Ambassador for Innovation since September 1st. Prior to his assignment, he was the Ambassador of Finland in Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, Cameroon, and ECOWAS based in Abuja, Nigeria. Now, our next panelist for this morning is Chief Director, Multilateral Cooperation and Africa Department of Science and Innovation, South Africa, Ms. Chaba. Can we have her also join us on stage? And our last panelist for this morning comes all the way from Botswana. That's the Department of Deputy Permanent Secretary of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology. That is Dr. Bipolar Ledi. If he's in the room at this moment, if he's not, we will continue, that is, with the discussions, or we'll get started, that is, with the discussion, and if he joins us, we will then add them to the panel. Doctor, you to get the session started.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Director of Ceremony. I think this is a very exciting, looking forward to really hear what is it we are doing. And I'm still waiting for my brother to join us here from Botswana. I think Botswana, you can reach up to him so he can speed up and reach us here. My Poledi to join us. So, welcome. And I think what is important here for us is really to dilute. We all know each other in the space of government policy formulation for many years, of course. But what is important is to recognize that the effort that we have been demonstrated by Sais already gives us a position that there is a conducive environment of which the innovators have actually taken advantage of. The collaboration that has taken place, the mobility of staff members, the mobility of funding, that already shows there has been some sort of conducive environment within the countries that this project has operated on. But now, I think to start from Finland, just from your perspective, we know Finland is a very big player in the innovation space, and that's why you are a big friend to Namibia and many Southern Africa. But we want to hear from you. what is the trick? How did you get it right? How did you just make sure that the environment, it's conducive, that even bottleneck innovators that we know have benefited from the aspect of innovation, how did you do it? Before you come in, I just want to welcome Dr. Poledi. I think this, why are you now? Thank you. Please just touch base. How did you do it? And then we will get back to Southern Africa as to how we can learn from Finland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a good question, of course. I could quickly answer that. There's no other alternative for Finland but being successful on innovation, because first of all, our country is small compared to many other our competitors or partners, and then secondly, our country is dependent on international businesses. We are export-driven economy, so that is one of the elements that are influencing, of course, our policies. And of course, the biggest success story, most probably, that has been influencing our capability to be one of the leading innovation countries or economies is that our education system has been developed in a way that is feeding new knowledge and research that can be applied in economic processes quite widely. So that is also a challenge from policymakers' point of view, because innovation doesn't flash or go under one policy only, but it must be integrated with many of the ministries, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Science, and Ministry of Economy, and so on. So it's kind of joint effort, and the key of the success most probably is that we have been able to integrate these different policies to work together. So we have developed a kind of interministerial kind of bodies that are trying to push all these different policies together and being successful as a country. Yeah.
I think it's a very good learning experience you have mentioned, and I pick key points. The one is the country is more open to friends for all in your response, and you spoke about internalization. You spoke about conducive institutional arrangements from your response. My two Southern African senior government officials, we have been preaching about conducive environment, which is a core function actually to the participants and listeners. It's very important to note that our responsibility as a government, the first responsibility of a government, is actually to create that conducive environment for its citizens. And I want to find out from my two Southern African panelists, are we doing it right? Are we on the right track? Are there bottlenecks? What do we have currently? Is it working? I'll start with Ms. Chaba from South Africa, just to give us a perspective.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mundia, for that question. Yeah, I think as policymakers, sometimes we get ourselves all tripped up in our own bureaucratic processes. And what Sais has opened our eyes to is that things can be done without really trying to follow long policy-making processes. So there are a lot of lessons that we have learned from Sais. And I think the environment is ready for amplifying what we have learned from Sais. The ministerial session in 2019 already approved the Regional Innovation Program. So we don't have an excuse unless we try to go the bureaucratic route. So I think we should be innovative and go with willing partners. Those that are ready now, those that are not necessarily bound up by bureaucratic processes, have to start something before we lose the momentum that we've created. But I also think that to open up some of the opportunities that policymakers can make available, we need to show the value that Sais has created, the impact. And that's why yesterday I was asking this question related to impact. Any of us to access funding, to access political support, we need to show impact. The presentation by Lambro University showed us how we can show impact and amplify that impact. So we need to document the impact in the short, medium, and long term so that we can show how we are addressing issues of unemployment, of inequality, of poverty, so that we can easily get access to support from our policymakers. And I think last but not least, the information we need to go forward is right here in this room. All of these beneficiaries have gone through the process. They know what works, they know what does not work. It would be a good idea to form some kind of an advisory committee constituted by some of these beneficiaries here who are trying to have cross-border trading within the region, who have had access to support instruments across the continent, so that we can learn from them and have them as part of the advisory committee to support this work. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really important intervention on the landscape. And what I like about it, they've touched on the space of Southern Africa in broader context. And Dr. Vaipoledi, you will come in shortly, and I want to throw this to the participant and listener. Think about the response from Finland, how the environment is conducive and it's different. Of course, what is applicable in Namibia and what is applicable in Finland might not be applicable, but think about these trends. So when you are questioning the panelists here, you speak to core aspects of challenge that you might have faced in Africa as a region, or maybe, of course, beyond Africa. Doctor, what is the environment currently conducive? What are the gaps, and what would you think it's best to really pay attention to in the way forward? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. In the region, and particularly in my country, I think Annalyn presented yesterday the available policies, strategies, and roadmaps and frameworks that are available for implementation. And we should be able to take advantage of those because there is that environment that has been created by putting up those intentional positions by our leadership. I think we have an environment that allows us to explore and go further to do that which we want to do. The challenge that we've been having, of course, it's related to legislation that either is restrictive or is not recognizing the current situation to support innovation and entrepreneurship. It is that which needs to be quickly addressed from the point of view of governments, and in particular, making sure that our legislation does not impede initiatives such as this one, where we could be seeing private sector-led involvement through our entrepreneurs and innovators to create wealth for our people and for our region as a whole. The other thing that I think, although we do have frameworks that have been shared at regional level, at SADC, or have been developed at that level, advocacy is still very low. Making people understand why we need to grow this sector, which will really take us into the future, and be able to translate it into tangible results without actually finding ourselves worried about the results that should be coming up too soon and too early. but allowing ourselves to invest into this development and allow the ecosystem to grow with time and be able to respond to the challenges that are coming up within the global economy. We need to build communities of practice. That which you see Sais having developed is a drop in the ocean. We need to be able to expand this kind of development and make sure that it cuts across our countries and it's fluid. It completely ignores the boundaries, if I may call it that way. We may allow the international and national boundaries to exist on paper or according to geography, but in terms of the community of practice, we should allow the fluidity that it needs. We should be able to mobilize strong partnerships for our people. It's not a common behavior currently among our public sector, within our governments and between our governments. It's something that we need to break the barriers to ensure that it stands out if we want to forge ahead into the future. And last but not least, of course, we have to mobilize our entrepreneurs, our universities, our research and innovation centers and agencies, and our as somebody put it this morning, our intermediaries to find a footing and be able to be supported, not only by word of mouth, but by actually creating a conducive environment for them to thrive. I think that's how I see it, Chair.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you so much. I think you spoke to a number of things, and what I really want to do next is maybe just to a way of raise of hands for those who want to interact with us and have questions, or 2 or 3. But as those hands are coming up, it's really to correlate the relationship that came out there. There's aspects relating to inclusivity. We have heard from Finland. There are more inclusive and institutional relationship being strengthened, the policies that speak. Can we think of that as we get maybe 1 or 2 questions, if any? If not, but what I want to really go to, starting from Finland, is to learn or maybe interact on the topic, on the liberation relating to inclusivity. Our policy is inclusive. We know in the past we have been accused with the citizens of not taking care of women who were disadvantaged in the previous. I'm not sure if we are still disadvantaged. I myself, I still argue when you call me disadvantaged, or as I was born disadvantaged, but I still maintain I'm not. But can we learn about inclusivity from Finland? Is that working well? Women being catered for, disadvantaged people being catered for? At the same time, if there are any hands, we can just a way of show of hands so the guys can arrange. So we have 1. Okay, Finland, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, this links innovation to values and rights of the people very much. I would actually say that that innovation system is a value system primarily, and only secondly, it's an economic system. Because we are speaking, creating new value. To whom? And what is the value? And that's also comes with the inclusivity. We can also see in Finland that we are not producing only value for the Finns, but also more broadly for the citizens of the other countries like Africa. So we might actually be, as a government, very supportive for initiatives, Finnish initiatives that are bringing value for Africa. Including Finns as well, so it's like a partnerships, business partnerships. That's we also are very much a country that is valuing kind of gender equality. But now it comes to a tricky thing, because in innovation system, part of the money, actually bigger part of the money, comes from the private sources, and only a smaller part is coming from the public budgets. So it's very difficult to steer the interest of the private funds in innovation kind of processes, because they might have their own kind of policies by themselves. I just heard, I was shocked, even in Finland, that this very inclusive and gender balanced country, the private funding agencies, the angels, funding angels, the share of the investments in Finland to female enterprises is 0.7%. That's crazy. No, 0.7% of the private money goes to support female businesses in technology field in Finland.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think that's quite a really good learning experience from there. And we left with few minutes. I'll give you a chance, just in 2 minutes, to sum it up to us. How is the environment in Southern Africa with regard to inclusivity and gender sensitivity?
No, in South Africa, I think the policies stress the need to support the disadvantaged groups, women, young people, people from rural communities, people with disabilities, so the policy context is ripe and ready. But I think the challenge comes to reaching, especially people in rural communities, if we don't have the infrastructure, if you're unable to connect to them, if you cannot provide incubator programs in rural communities, if you cannot even get your word out. I was speaking at tea break with Miss Helena. I don't know if you can raise your hand here. She says she's from the western part of Namibia. Northern. She says if she was not in Windhoek, she would not have accessed opportunities in Sais. So the challenge for us as policymakers is how do we reach those that are out there? Even with the policy context ready and enabling, we still have to do a little bit more to reach them.
Thank you so much. And I think this was, Doc, this was your sentiment in your first remark. You spoke about lack of advocacy. That creates a lack of awareness. We'll get to the questions now. I just want Doc to just come in also to speak a bit in 2 minutes on the inclusivity and gender sensitivity.
Am I audible? Okay. One of the issues that we focus in, particularly in Botswana, is the concept of leaving no one behind. And when you bring in inclusivity, not only is it about gender, as it is about those who are in the very most remote areas, and children who are coming out of those environments which are disadvantaged, destitute children, orphans, and those who are coming from other challenging environments that they find themselves in, including the minority groups, who sometimes have been disadvantaged and disenfranchised in the past because of various political pressures that were there. So the challenge is, how do you bring and make sure that you leave no one behind? And when it comes to science like this, are you able to communicate in the language that those people would understand? Or we still keep it abstract and away from them, and we speak our own city language, which they may not understand. So we need to be able to be aware of the diversity that we have within this particular region. It's not only about differences of languages and cultures, but it's about the differences within our peoples and our societies. So inclusivity should be able to look at that in a very broad way if we are going to carry everybody along and leave no one behind.
Thank you so much, Doc. Yes, you are allowed to give my panelists a round of applause. So my boss, she's shifting towards me, so I'm scared. So can we allow questions, maybe just 2 or 3? I see one hand. We'll give you a floor. Then there's Finland will come last. And second, third. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great panelists, great conversation. My name is Kevin Ayaba. I'm the founder and CEO of Set Up a Startup. I'm also a beneficiary of Sais. So grateful to be here today. My question is around entrepreneurship education. Since we are talking about policies, most of us ecosystem builders, we strongly believe that our educational system has not really grown us to be entrepreneurs. I think that's why entrepreneurship is so difficult in the continent. We strongly believe that entrepreneurship should be the basic human right, especially for Africa that is embracing technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And we strongly believe also that if we need to win this case in the next 10, 20 years and make Africa the place where entrepreneurship dwells, then entrepreneurship education should be implemented starting right from primary, secondary, high schools, universities, and colleges. And this can only be done if we have the proper policies in place. So here's my question to you. Do you believe what the ecosystem builders are saying? What we believe, that entrepreneurship should be the basic human right, and that we should have that entrepreneurial mindset across schools? And if that's true, what are your policies? What kind of policies are you putting in place for us to achieve that?
Thank you. That was clear. It's about entrepreneurship embedment in our education system at early age, and I think we will dilute it with a capable panelist. Next.
My name is Fiso Nwandwe from Catalyst for Growth in Johannesburg, and grateful as well that we have also benefited from Sais and the support that they've given us. My question relates to the big question that is on the table today, which is policy making. I'm keen to understand how perhaps the policy making process happens in country, but also how it happens at regional level. I see the Sais project having been a catalyst to get us aware of the gaps and opportunities that exist in our economies. But I'm worried about the momentum, what happens going forward. Mm-hmm. And I think the policy space is a great opportunity to actually help us get that momentum going.
Good.
And our ecosystem, our innovation ecosystem is pretty much nascent in various areas. And I think I'm worried about the fragility of that ecosystem, the policy-making ecosystem, and how it can be enhanced. And it's got various challenges. The financing, for example, in the ecosystem is very weak at this stage. And new opportunities and opportunities that exist, how do they get finance, research and development, and governance issues? Okay. The regulatory environment is also, and also what happens to issues of intellectual property.
Okay.
And I think for me, this is why I'm saying the ecosystem at the SADC region, I think would best placed to actually give guidance, I think, to each of the countries to address some of these issues.
Okay.
And now there's issues of digitization and all that. So I'm asking, how is this policy-making initiative happening at SADC level to actually drive and strengthen this nascent ecosystem for the innovation space? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think I take keywords. It's the issue of policy-making process. The first one I'm going to give you, Doc, you're going to respond to the issue of embedment of entrepreneurship. The first question, deal with that. Second question, Ms. Chaba, take that. Just to explain to us at what level do the citizens embed themselves in the policy making and the issue of IP and financing. How are these obstacles going to be made smooth going forward? And yes, in brief, summarize your question for me, Mr. Lindy.
Yes, thank you, Hilary Lindy, Sais PMO. I'm asking this question because obviously we are getting this a lot from our partners and our constituencies, and they usually are asking us what happens after Sais. So my question to panel is that how do the programs like Sais, how do they come to exist? What is the process behind that this type of a program is born?
Okay, thank you. You'll take care of that. That's fine. So, Doc, I'm reversing the gear. If in short, in a minute, just to respond to his question, and then giving your final remarks at the same time. Then we wrap it up, and I'll invite the photographer for you.
I should go on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Tertiary education system That's the challenge that we have, and we are shaking the tertiary education system, including the technical education system, to quickly adapt to the changing environment, both technologically and the utilization of rapidly changing technologies that we face, which influence the innovation system. Literally, make it possible for our young people to understand issues of entrepreneurship way up from the basic education level, primary school up to secondary school, before even they reach tertiary education. Because if we catch them at tertiary education level, it's late in the day. There are some colleagues here that are with me from Botswana. We have been agitating, even deliberately, for change of the education and system and the curriculum that is used at the educational level to ensure that we embrace several issues, including digitization, as it was mentioned, as well as entrepreneurship, just so that we don't train young people who come out and they are looking for jobs. They should be able to create their own jobs and be able to strengthen and fertilize the ecosystem to be able to respond to the ever-changing demands of our global system. And in my closing remarks, Chair, I would definitely want to challenge each one of us to not only wait for government or governments to start things, but for us to lobby, for us to generate that pressure group or advocacy group to make sure that our leadership, our political leadership and any other leadership understands issues of innovation. May I dare say we probably have to coin up something called innovation communication or entrepreneurship communication and deliberately engage the decision makers at the right level with the right information and not speak above their heads, but help them to understand and be able to want to invest into innovation and entrepreneurship. I don't call it funding, I call it investment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Chaba?
Yeah, I think in South Africa already the Minister of Basic Education announced last year that from primary school, courses like robotics, artificial intelligence will be piloted in a few schools. So from next year, that pilot project will be expanded into the rest of the country so that we not only start at primary level, but at secondary and high school to catch up with the digitization age. We're also involved in a project with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, on advancing entrepreneurial universities in Africa. It was a pilot project last year that involved 4 countries. This year it's expanding to 7 countries. But any university in Africa can be part of that study, so that even at university level we entrench this notion of entrepreneurship. In South Africa, we work through tech transfers offices in each university so that we support innovation management. I'd like also to extend to any organization, especially universities, to join SARIMA, Southern African Research and Innovation Management Association, where skills are imparted on how to manage research and innovation. But coming to policy making also, I think the issue of evidence-based policy is crucial. So the lessons, the statistics, the support that people have received from Sais can be packaged in a way that demonstrate how the support received from Sais can contribute towards policy making, both at national and regional level. Issues related to IP, for an example, intellectual property, are a bit of a challenge because we've got national IP policies, but we don't have a regional IP policy that talks to cross-border IP development or IP sharing. So those might be some of the things that slow us down a little bit. And perhaps to respond to Hilary's question, I'm trying to be fast here. I think the question you're asking is, what do we do on Monday as policymakers from here? We already started discussions with our intermediary Technology Innovation Agency. They are putting together a plan, a costed plan that will take lessons from Sais and expand those at the national and regional level. So before the end of April, we should have funding transferred to our intermediary to support those initiatives. So that's the commitment we are making as government. But we'd like to invite those that are willing, both in and outside the region. Like I said, the funding will not only support national initiatives, but regional initiatives as well. We also meeting with other funding entities, co-funding entities, to be part of this initiative. I don't think we should wait for bureaucratic processes, like I said, and we are ready to go with those that are willing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, please. Yes. Just your final remarks. I think she has dealt with the other question. Just your final remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will answer the question, which is a very good question, by the way, what will happen. I'll look it from Sais' point of view, and then I'll look it from Finland's policy's point of view. What will be happening and what has changed. I think Sais is like a startup. It has got a startup phase 1, and then maybe growing phase 2. And now everybody knows what is the value of debt. There will be period now when, because I will explain why there will be period that is testing now the ownership and the impact of the Sais program in partner countries and the organizations. Not necessarily everything will survive, but that is what is surviving will be so valuable that we can build on the top of that. The Southern Africa can build on the top of that, but also the Finland and Europe can build on top of that. So it's really, I see it kind of like a phoenix bird actually flying with own wings. So this is what I expect to happen with Sais, and it's very valuable. And I heard a lot of stories, impact stories and sustainability stories that I really believe that will happen. Whether it is Sais or what form it finds, but it's up to now the member states and the organizations how to take the ownership. Secondly, what is happening now in Finland and in Europe is that the funding landscape in developing cooperation is changing dramatically. Finland do have an African strategy, and Southern Africa will remain as a focus in our country, sub-Saharan Africa. And it will be based, of course, extending and enhancing the partnerships that we already have. And but if you have realized that in Europe, there more and more the member states are looking at each other and the Commission that we actually must work together. This Team Europe concept has been adopted from Finland. We have Team Finland, but now it's Team Europe. So many of the activities that we are planning in the future will be in the context of Team Europe, at the regional level, but also at the country level. And if you followed the news just before the Christmas, a new policy was introduced on the top of that. We have been practicing the Team Europe and joint programming for a while, but there's one new policy document that will be guiding all development activities and investments in third countries. That's Global Gateway Policy. And Global Gateway Policy will have two impacts. This one impact is that we are moving beyond development funding. It will remain there, but the focus will be investments and private funding as well. So that will be the big, and secondly, because the private sector is getting along, that means that most probably the programs will be chosen in a way that benefit both of the partners, the African partners and the European partners.
Good.
So that's is equal partnership, and that is what I think the Europeans want, and I heard that most of the Africans also want that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please give a round of applause to my panelists. Just before I'm chased on the stage, I just want to really thank you for your indulgence to the audience. And also, Comrade Ambassador, to plead to you, you have seen the success that this relationship has created. So just make sure that we ignition Sais 3. We can stock before you fly back. We are around here. We have the team from South Africa, and we sit on AU as the three of us, and on SADC before the ministers sit. So we are the capable ones, and let's just we can get the ball starting. Can I invite the cameraman just for the picture here? Sorry, Comrade. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
now, as you're taking your pictures, Doctor, Dr. Bible Lady, we understand that Botswana has gifts for our panelists. Sharon, can we just hand over the gifts? That's how warm the people of Botswana are.
Okay. Why did you switch off?
Is yours on?
Borrow from me.
This is courtesy of the University of Botswana. They love what we are doing here, and they support it. We apologize that the professor could not make it for other reasons that stood before him. But certainly our hearts are with Sais, and even possible Sais 3, or whatever the case may be, the university supports this initiative.
Here we go. Okay. You can put it on. All right, very much. That's to our panelists, and thank you to the University of Botswana for this very generous gifts. And definitely, I can testify that the people from Botswana are very welcoming. Been there, one or two. Also South Africa. I haven't been to Zambia, though. So I think after the session, I'll await some invitation from Zambia and also Tanzania. Yeah. All right, so we'll continuing with our session for this first part of the morning. And our session 3, ladies and gentlemen, will be dealing with connecting ecosystems from Africa to Finland to Africa. Now, to moderate this session, I would like to call on that is Mr. Tabiso Mashaba. He is the Chief Executive Officer of This Hands GSSE, and he is also the Secretariat at Sais 2 Connected Hub. So if we can have him connected and ready. Now joining him for this session, our first panelist hails from Finland, and he is the co-founder of Ambitious Africa. And he is Mr. Vincent Forsman. Now, he's a 28-year-old entrepreneur and university lecturer with experience in starting and scaling different for- and non-profit ventures. His true passion lies in creating platforms where youth can, via a sustainable entrepreneurship, help solve the most difficult challenges of our lifetime. All right, and also joining them on stage for today, hailing from South Africa, that's Ms. Portia Movangu. She is the inventor of a ParaTube. Now, it's an innovative device that is retrofitted to any wheelchair and makes use of disposable biodegradable bags to transform the wheelchair into a toilet with wheels. Sounds very impressive. Very, very, very impressive. All right, so she's the CEO of PRD Logical Solution South Africa. And our next panelist is Prof. Irki Sutinen. He is a professor of computer science, interaction design at the University of Turku and University of Namibia. Now, he moved to Namibia back in 2019 to set up his first overseas campus of the University of Turku, located at the premises of the University of Namibia. Our next and last panelist for this morning, he hails from Tanzania. He's the co-founder and team leader of Fundi app, that is Godfrey Kilimomeshi. He's a Tanzanian social startup using that's digital technologies to connect vended and background-checked handyman in informal settlement on demand, that is with decent job opportunities. So, ladies and gentlemen, is our session 3, Connecting Ecosystems from Africa to Africa. Over to you, Tabiso.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. May I ask one quick thing, because we're in an innovation gathering, right? Can we all just stand up? All right, as you are still complaining, can you all sit down? Thank you. All right. Yeah, just wanted to excite you guys, because we're just about to get into an exciting panel discussion. But I'll start first by just touching a little bit about who I am, why I'm here maybe, and then we'll go over with our panel to introduce themselves, and then we'll start engaging. Okay? So as mentioned, my name is Tabiso Mashaba, and everybody just calls me Black, and I'm pretty sure it's evident to see why. But I am a social entrepreneur from Botswana, based in Botswana, but also operating out of New Zealand currently. I run a social enterprise known as These Hands, and at These Hands, we basically train people in the grassroots communities. We borrowed a lot from Finland, but we borrowed a lot from MIT D-Lab as well. And we've currently running workshops and innovation centers in Botswana. We have one in Namibia in Ongenga, which is in the northern part of Namibia. We also have one in Zambia, which is in Kafue. And then we also have 2 in Tanzania, one in Okolili and one in Arusha, which is the famous Twende Social Innovation Center. So I also wear another hat, which is currently, as These Hands, we also sit on the management team of the Southern Africa Innovation Collective, which everybody has been referring to here as SAIC, right? So we are here really to try and kickstart the SAIC movement, because the SAIC movement is really about that, bringing together all the hubs within the region, capacitating them so that they can support their stakeholders better, but also allowing us to be able to coordinate the funding that is really necessary to have that necessary impact. So borrowing from Sais 1, Sais 2, and into the future, right? So we look forward to your support. And part of what we do is one of our flagship events is called Boost Up. So to speak to Boost Up, there's 2 people who have been to Boost Up on my panel. So we'll start with them to introduce themselves, and then I'll take my flight with you guys to Finland to hear from Vincent and Prof over there. So starting with Godfrey on my far right, please just quickly introduce yourself and tell us, what is Fundi app?
Okay. So my name is Godfrey Kilimomeshi. I'm a co-founder and team leader at Fundi app, where we use technology to create jobs for young people. So basically, Fundi app, it's a web and a mobile service marketplace where companies and homeowners can hire vetted and background-checked handymen on demand. And this was inspired by the lack of access to decent work facing young Africans across the continent. And we have started in Tanzania, and we are looking forward to create jobs for young people all over the continent. Thanks.
That's the spirit, all over the continent, not just in Tanzania. Love that. Portia, please tell us a little bit about yourself and PRD.
Hi everyone, my name is Posh Mavungu. I'm from South Africa. I'm the founder and CEO of PRG Logical Solutions, where we focus on innovation for people living with disabilities. Now, I myself was in a wheelchair in 2011 after a major accident, but instead of that letting it overcome me in my life, I thought to myself, what about those who's going to come after me or those who's going to be in the wheelchair for the rest of their lives? And I came up with an innovation called the Paratube. So basically, the Paratube is a retrofitted seat. It fits onto any standard existing wheelchair. It converts into a toilet while the patient is on the wheelchair using disposable biodegradable bags, bringing back that dignity and integrity to the person who needs a toilet.
Wow. Experiences leading to real-time solutions, right? Yeah. Oh, great. So are you ready to fly? Here we go. We're going to Finland now. All right. So we'll start with Vincent over here. And tell us a little bit more about Ambitious Africa and what it does.
Yeah, Ambitious Africa, I think it came as an idea when we kind of noticed that young people had this real worry about the future and like not being really included in kind of the process of kind of reaching this positive future. And so we wanted really to create like a platform where young people on two continents could come together, like the brightest young people that are really ambitious and passionate about doing this kind of work together to ideate and come up with new creative solutions to tackle these wicked issues, so to say. Yeah, that's a very, very short version.
All right.
I can
we'll
do my
get
plug
deeper
later.
into it. Professor, tell us a little bit about your program at University of Turku, which is now has been transferred to University of Namibia. What is that all about? Just a little bit.
Thank you very much. So we have what we call a future technology lab at the premise of University of Namibia, and the idea is actually to design with people here solutions to local challenges here in Africa. And why does then a Finnish university want to be in Africa? Well, university should be where the challenges are and where the talents are. Now, if you compare Europe and Africa, so it's very clear that universities make much wiser choices if they are located in Africa than Europe. We are running out of young people. We still have a few in Finland, but not much. And you know, we have a few challenges, but there are much more challenges which inspire us to do research. And so I think that rather than having this two-man unit now here with, of course, a lot of other activities, we actually should take one whole university from Finland and relocate it to Africa.
All right, we'll be ready to welcome Aalto maybe and Tampere University soon. Thank you so much for that great introduction. Godfrey, going back to you a little bit. So let's dig deep. Why Fundi app? I mean, why did you see it as a need to develop Fundi app? And then based on your recent trip to Finland, where you actually became the Boost Up Finals winner, what would you say is the experience of this relationship that through Sais, we have been able through a psych or the connected hubs to create linkages for you guys internationally? What do you think benefits you as a startup, but also you as an individual from these types of engagements and networks?
All right. So I'll start with the first question. So FundiUp was basically inspired by the lack of access to decent work facing young Africans. And according to African Development Bank, about 11 million young people enter the job market every year in the continent, but unfortunately only 3 get a chance to be employed, and that's a huge problem. So we decided to come up with something that can create a solution for this kind of a challenge. So that's what made us do this. Our aim is to create jobs, to see young people working, and we believe through that maybe we can also solve the poverty problem facing our continent. Yeah, and for the second question, it's the experience to go to Finland and coming back, like what are the benefits? There is a lot to share, but maybe I'll just mention a few, like 3. Yeah. And if I'll do that, the first thing will definitely be the cold of Helsinki. You know, I live in Dar es Salaam where it's 32 degrees like every day, and traveling to Helsinki, that was quite a shift. And on the first day, my body was like, I can take it, you know. But through that moment, it's where I learned that it's not about how you feel, it's not about how uncomfortable it is, or it's not about how hard it can get. It's always about what you want, how bad you want it, and how willing are you to commit to the end. And I decided to do that. And thanks to the Code of Helsinki, I have learned about persistence, I've learned resilience, and also to become harder when things get hard. And that's like a fuel for what me and my team are building back home in Tanzania.
Inspirational, man.
Yeah.
Very inspirational.
Yeah. And another thing will definitely be the people. This whole program exposed me to amazing people, smart minds, you know, great talents, you name it. And all these connections are turning into collaboration, partnership, you know, opportunity to scale our services in other markets, as well as investment opportunity as well. So the people who we met over there, it was really amazing. And the last thing will be the training that we receive over there. We had great training, great trainers, and that's reflecting on how we continue to build our business model, as well as changing our approach to fundraising, also improvising our impact to the society. So it was really amazing.
Wow, the power of psych and Sais. Thank you so much. Anyway, going from one who's creating jobs within Africa for Africans, for one who's trying to create jobs from Finland for Africans and for other continents, Vincent, why the focus on Africa? Sure. Prof mentioned rightfully, maybe you've run out of youth in Finland and we have them more here. But why that focus, and what is the specific focus that you are focused on?
Why Africa? Maybe on a personal level, it doesn't really matter if it's Africa or not. It's like about equality of opportunities. And we do have like branches for Asia and Americas as well. So it's not only about Africa and North, but I truly believe in the collaboration between Nordics and Africa, and bringing young people together, and kind of magic happens when that happens. But then you asked about the underlying.
Yeah, like the underlying, like how do you engage the people that you identify? What do you engage them to do, and how do you normally pay them or make sure that they also grow as a business or as an individual?
Yeah, so we have kind of different layers. So first we have the national teams. So first year of activities, we started operations in 35 countries. So these young people consisting of both Nordic and then local ambitious young people. And we had a lot of activities, but today we kind of step back and learn from that. And today we have kind of gathered all the learnings into this flagship program that is about really developing those relationships with hubs and universities, and really kind of using everyone's kind of strong kind of in this one kind of pool of things in new course, like a venture creation course based on solving the SDGs. And it's just won an EU Youth Award, and we're now kind of as a plug looking for partners in the Southern African states.
Oh.
Yep.
Nice. Portia, your experience in Finland. You were with Godfrey and others and many others. You also made it to the finals. Recently, through word of mouth, I heard something special. Please tell us what happened in Finland, and what is the benefit of you belonging to hubs that belong to the Psych network and have these international linkages?
Sure. Thank you. Finland was cold, beautifully cold. I mean, I'm from South Africa. We do have winters, but not as cold as Finland. So that woke me up, kept me awake. That was one thing that I needed. But I recently connected with one of the consultant agencies from Finland. They call 180 Consultancy. I've worked with them before with regards to my social impact that I have within South Africa and within Africa. And after our Finland trip, they decided they're going to work with me again for the next year because they want to build up to my launch this year in taking it, not just looking at the social impact that my product has within South Africa, but in Africa and the rest of the world as well. And I was also approached by the head of, we have pit toilets, a lot of pit toilets in our rural areas in South Africa. And they were trying to figure out, the government was trying to figure out how can they get a solution to allow lesser kids from falling into the pit toilets. And they figured out that my innovation can also work there. So I'm going to be using my innovation in 2 spaces in order to save lives. So it's going to be quite exciting.
Quite excited for you too.
Thank you.
All right, Prof. Now, what you are doing is something that is, I know, taxing and, tiring, whole lot of processes. But you seem to be on track. Please tell us about some of the challenges, but also what are the key ingredients one should consider in trying to set up like you are setting up, right? Because at Sais, as we mentioned through Sais, we will make sure that many of the Finnish or Nordics organizations that want to collaborate with us will have that soft landing platform, right? But obviously, in your case, it was there, but not as well built. So what are some of the ingredients you can advise those in the Nordics, but even those that are here in Africa already setting up, some of the things they can use? Yeah.
First of all, I think that we shouldn't really import any concept, any existing concept from Finland or Europe to Africa. We should actually grow it here. And another thing is that whatever we do together. I'm even been talking about like Baustel, kind of university being like a combination of this design environment called Bauhaus and traditional African homestead, like Baustel. So I think that we need to somehow come up with a new reformed idea of what a university is that also could come from here back to Europe and back to the north. So we should rethink, for example, the ideas of degrees. Do we actually need degrees? What kind of examination? Do we need that examination culture? All these sort of things. And so for example, if you think of a lot of young people who are dropping out of the system, shouldn't we, rather than thinking of these long degree programs, should we think of fast tracks, where we learn fast? But to have a university which is like sustainable, so I think that there are these maybe 4 dimensions. Like if you think of culture, we need to build upon a culture in Africa where I heard that many young people, they have lost their ties to the cultural heritage. And on the other hand, people are following very different role models. So there is this diversity. And I think that as Europeans, we tend to think that Africa is just one, and we should enjoy, this diversity from the cultural point of view. From the ethical point of view, I think that, when we build a university, we need to make sure from the outset that everyone who contributes, and that includes certainly the students, need to be sharing the profits according to their contributions. For example, if you think like intellectual property, it's very important that students and everyone who's at university will have full rights on what they do. As a finances, I think that running a university used to be very expensive. We needed to build buildings, but we don't really need any buildings anymore. COVID has shown that we can actually, instead of having like these big institutions, we can mobilize it all. So we can actually build a university which is truly running there in the environment. We actually call our campus a plug-in campus so that we can plug in the university wherever it is. And then as of the environment, we should make it like sustainable in that way that we use all these technologies instead of all these fuel consumption and environment consuming things. So we can make use. So I mean, it's all about coming up with something new and not following a model that we have had.
All right, nice. Vincent, so I'm going to ask you to do us the honors of advising us from the South. If we are trying to set up in Finland, like Prof is doing here in Africa, what are the key ingredients or some of the key things we we should consider? And how is the ecosystem that side, and how welcoming is it?
So we're talking about education or ecosystem?
I would say the education, the ecosystem of the Nordics or in Finland, because we are also trying to say, sure, Professor, you can come set up in Africa, we'll support you and help you grow because it's benefiting our people, but also it will be benefiting your business, right? But also on the one hand, in the reverse, there are some of us like Godfrey. I remember when he pitched in Finland, there's somebody who mentioned that his app could actually work in Finland, right? So if he wants to set up now in Finland, what are some of the things he needs to consider? So to the audience, so that those that are listening at home also know what's available in Finland.
Just maybe a general comment of the ecosystem and universities, and just writing on what you said as well, is that I think it should be really, really action-oriented in terms of like cultivating entrepreneurs during studies. And I think that combined with the collaboration with the private sector, it should be like a no-brainer. And that's something that we don't do well enough in Finland yet, and that's something there's a huge gap that we could solve together. And for if we want to set up in Finland, technically it's like, there are programs nowadays to invite companies to come to Finland. There's still some structural challenges anyhow, but yeah, I think in general we're very, very happy to get people, because obviously we have diminishing population and we need more innovation. If we can get top talent to Finland, then that's amazing. All right,
So I have about 5 minutes left. Maybe some of you are burning to ask a burning question to one of our panelists. All right, already a burning question.
Thank you very much,
Yep.
moderator. I'm pretty much very interested in what Vincent is working on, the Fundi app, and I actually just went on to check what the app is about. And because for me, my interest is in data science, specifically in artificial intelligence. And over the last couple of months, I've been working on transparency and accountability of models. And we have seen how models, artificial intelligence models, have been biased. You can talk about hiring or job matching algorithms. They've been biased to certain population because of the data that they are fed. I just wanted to ask, what are you using to actually do the vetting? And how do you ensure that in the technology that you are building does not actually cement or enforces the already existing biases that are underlying or that makes up our society? And I think this is key for any young innovator on the continent that is trying to leverage on these digital technologies. Thank you.
All right, you want to go now, or do we have another burning question? All right, Godfrey, here's your chance to sell Fundi app some more.
Yeah, so basically our algorithm now, it matches you with the nearest handyman available to you, because one of the challenges that we are solving, it's also time, you know. When you're looking for handyman, or we call them fundis in East Africa, they'll tell you they're coming and something like that. So we are trying to give you the best and the next person who is just near you. We are not using artificial intelligence so far. So when we get into that, I will work on what you have advised, so that our system doesn't work in a bias like the way you have said. But the key recipe of it is the vetted handyman. So we put much of our focus and effort on recruiting people who have best quality, and we believe that they can offer you good service. So we vet them before we onboard them on the platform, so that we can at least be sure that our clients are safe and they can receive a good service that we expect them to get.
Fundi app, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, quickly, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. What is the power of these networks? Vincent.
I think in kind of people that share values and kind of have the same goals, putting them in a room, I think magic happens. I don't think ecosystem kind of collaborate, but people do. And yeah, and I think this is just a great example of this. And thank you so much, Sais, for inviting me here. And it was amazing also collaborating with Ambitious Africa on the Booster program.
Indeed, we did really enjoy that collaboration. Thank you so much, Ambitious Africa. PRD, what is the power of such networks as Psych or Sais?
Us as entrepreneurs, the power is being recognized, being understood, and the ability to go out there, network, and showcase our ideas, and actually prove to the world that we do actually have working ecosystems among our entrepreneurs, and bringing all the like-minded entrepreneurs together, it helps us want to further our passion and make a difference as well. So I think that's what it helps.
Awesome stuff. Professori.
Actually, I haven't ever felt so much a professor than during these 3 years here in Namibia, so thank you very much. But I think that, the power of networking for universities is to break our barriers and break our borders and all that sort of like take us to the grassroots and get inspired by people and get inspired by their expectations and being reformed and renewed. For example, just last week we were visiting a primary school in Ruakana, Nakayala Private Academy, and then we were in Opua working with basically street engineers. And I even invited the street engineers already to come to our lab to actually teach what physics really is. And I mean that this is something like what I think is the key thing. Universities, as they are now, they are going to die. And they need to revive by all this new networking and new communities and new people.
Nice. Godfrey, one last word. What is the power of these networks?
Actually, it takes a village to take a kid to school, So we have to collaborate. We have to come together. And these networks, it's bring the like-minded people, and that makes us easier for us to come together and work towards the goal that we all want to see one day achieved.
In the words of Emile Durkheim, the great sociologist, he says, the commonality of our human bond far transcends all these superficial differences. And that's the power of these networks. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a little bit about Psych. You'll get to know more. There's more information on your booklets. Feel free to reach out to myself, Johanna, Violet, and all the other hub members, because we have 23 of them currently, and we'll be recruiting soon. It's just a simple, cheap $500 to get the real-time benefits, as you've heard, and more. So thank you so much for your time and attention. Really enjoyed myself here. Wish I could go on a little bit more, because I know you are all curious to know more about these projects in detail, but do engage with them over lunch. Thank you so much.
Mr. Daviso and panel, thank you so much. That was so informative, and we can surely celebrate the brilliant minds, brilliant innovations, and we've certainly seen the support and collaboration that has definitely happened, and what good things come from there. I think we'll talk more about this Fundi app, definitely. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's how we wrap up our morning session for today. We still have an afternoon session. So once again, thank you so much for being interactive, and stay tuned and listening and celebrating this brilliant minds that we've had for this morning session. We're going to break now for lunch, and we'll be back exactly like 5 minutes to 2, so that we start exactly at 2 o'clock with our second session. gentlemen, can I just please get your attention? Our lunch is served to this side of the garden. So, not in front, but to my right-hand side. Thank you.
entrepreneurship, knowledge, networking, how the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program fostered innovation across SADC. The Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, or Sais, was established in 2011 to promote entrepreneurship and innovation across SADC. In 2017, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland launched the second phase of the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, Sais 2, to build on Sais 1's successes and strengthen Southern Africa innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems at a regional level. Sais 2 worked in partnership with the governments of Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia, as well as the SADC Secretariat, and pursued the overall aim of enhanced regional innovation cooperation and national innovation systems contributing to inclusive business and development. The program's overall aim was divided into 3 result areas: institutional capacity for regional cooperation, improved expertise and skills in government institutions and innovation support organizations to support private sector innovation and enterprise development. Innovation in enterprises, improved capacity for early-stage enterprises and startups to enter new markets with new or improved products, processes, and services. Inclusive innovation, improved capabilities for innovation support organizations and entrepreneurs to develop new and improved products, processes, and services with and for socially and economically excluded communities. In addition, the support of female and youth entrepreneurship and the mainstreaming of the human rights-based approach are implemented within the program as cross-cutting objectives. The Sais 2 Innovation Fund formed the backbone of program activities, providing about 3.2 million euros in grant funding to 26 projects based in 5 partner countries. These projects were required to pursue a specific goal and had to be managed by a consortia of member organizations from around the world. However, each consortium was required to appoint a lead coordinator based in one of the Sais 2 partner countries. The final requirement to be eligible for grant funding was the ability to co-fund the project either in cash or in kind. As a result of this co-funding requirement, a further 1.3 million euros of cash and in-kind funding was mobilized to foster entrepreneurship and innovation across the SADC region. Capacity building. Capacity building was a crucial factor in ensuring the success of the Sais 2 Innovation Fund projects. Once they were selected, the projects underwent training in skills such as writing case studies, program management, investment readiness, and inclusive innovation. These training and capacitation activities were delivered to almost 40 Innovation Fund-supported organizations and had a notable impact on Sais 2 Innovation Fund projects' success. Outside of the Innovation Fund, Sais 2 also engaged in foresight training for municipalities as well as private and public sector organizations involved in entrepreneurship and innovation in the Sais 2 partner countries. These training sessions were delivered to over 50 representatives, better enabling them to predict future challenges and find ways to address them and achieve their goals. Finally, the Sais 2 soft landing platform provided opportunities for entrepreneurs from Southern Africa to learn more about expanding into Finland and vice versa. Under this program, 14 startups from Southern Africa and Finland participated in workshops and business trips organized for them to gain better access to new markets. Knowledge and networking. By leveraging knowledge and networking, Sais 2 worked to transfer best practices and lessons learned to stakeholders across Southern Africa and beyond. Sais 2 engaged in these activities in 3 main ways. The annual Southern Africa Innovation Forum, or ASAF, was the program's flagship networking event where entrepreneurs, academia, and public sector organizations could engage networking. How the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program fostered innovation across SADC. The Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, or Sais, was established in 2011 to promote entrepreneurship and innovation across SADC. In 2017, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland launched the second phase of the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, Sais 2, to build on Sais 1's successes and strengthen Southern Africa.
I have a dream that every Namibian child should have access to quality education. Namibia should be leading in exporting know-how and expertise worldwide instead of raw materials and resources that will eventually run out. But how do we get there? Well, we start with the first step. A group of ambitious Namibian organizations, the Dololo and Table Team, along with two equally ambitious schools, Bergop Academy and Faith Primary School, partnered with the world leaders in education, Finland, aiming to bring us closer to that Namibian dream.
I have to put myself in the shoes of when I was a child, and the type of education that I've received and what Dololen is doing is something I should have if I was given that opportunity back then.
My name is Suvi Nenonen and I'm coming from Finland, University Properties of Finland. And today my task here has been to describe a bit different choices, what a teacher can do in order to enhance active learning methods and how to use the classroom as one tool.
The Dololearn initiative is one that came about from basically ideas that were developed together with Finnish partners, and our focus in this project is really looking to address the problem of a low return on investment in our education sector in Namibia. So we see large spending on education. The Namibian government spends over a quarter of its government expenditure on education. Yet, we don't see the results that we hope and expect in the education sector. The focus of this project is really how can we improve those, and how can we learn from some of the successes from the Finnish education system, a world leader in education, and apply those in a local Southern African context. Teachers get to experience firsthand themselves some of the activities that can be used in the classroom to encourage active learning. And active learning is really a method of getting active participation by the learners versus passive learning, where they are just sitting and listening and taking in things. They're actively contributing, they're discussing, they're interpreting, and are also presenting. And through doing so, have a much more active role to play in learning.
We were given a course on learner-centered education. It really broadens my understanding of that aspect in particular. It helps me to now, in a better way, understand my learners, keep them actively involved, giving them that a sense of understanding, sense of belonging in the classroom, the sense of sharing ideas with fellow learners, etc. It also aims at equipping us to use the little resources at our disposal in a better way.
We've been doing a series of smaller engagements of ICT training, setting up video calls, connecting to globally, basically using very simple and basic technologies.
Dololo, we've been busy with them now for almost a year more, actually 2 I think almost. So we've been running lots of pilot programs. Last year we did teacher gaming and Edmodo, just starting the e-learning platform. And then this year we started with the Edu10 pilot program, where the kids are working with tablets to hone in on their math skills and to get their math skills up to date, seeing that maths is always one of the problem subjects. We're one of the first Namibian schools, us and Faith Primary, to be testing it out, the Finnish app, so we're working with that and seeing how it goes, and if we can help make learning fun again.
My name is Krista Davidson. I'm the head of programs and operations at Ingenie.
My name is Michelle Kanjir, and I'm the data insights manager at Ingenie.
My name is Abdullah Ofsandin. I am an analyst at Ingenie.
Ingenie is an EdTech dedicated incubation program. So that means we support entrepreneurs from across Africa to improve educational outcomes on the continent. And we believe that by harnessing the innovation and power of educational technologies, or EdTech, that we can really drive the continent forward. For our cohort companies, we provide funding in the form of a grant just for participating in the program. We also offer potential follow-on investment. We match our companies to mentors and offer them workshops and coaching for additional training. And they have the chance to live and work in Cape Town during the program. Having Citi as our parent organization means that we have access to their 20 years of experience working in impact. This gives us a chance to learn from others and really benefit from the resources that are available to us through Citi. Citi also extends to us a level of strategic and operational support that otherwise would be out of reach if we were to operate as an independent small incubator on our own.
As for the highlights, when we see Ngini alumni companies that have gone through a program develop into successful organizations, whether it's through securing funding or building a strong customer base, this really motivates us to keep going. Beyond that is their impact. Across the 23 startups to have gone through a program, over 1.5 million people have used their solutions, and we estimate that the cohort has created about 250 direct jobs in the process.
Our hope is that entrepreneurs who participate in our program really commit and take full advantage of the resources that we make available to them. So we want to do everything we can to help them make a positive impact on education in Africa. So we know that not every startup will go on to be hugely successful. So that is why we want to give entrepreneurs the foundation they need to continue making a difference in the space. To those that are interested in starting out in the edtech space, I'd say it's important to be in it for the long run. That means patience is key, and you have to be ready to fail multiple times before you succeed. It takes a lot of stamina and dedication to be a successful entrepreneur, and that's especially true for the edtech space. However, if you are successful in the space, it means that you'll be playing a role in shaping the future of the continent, and that would make the struggle worth it.
Too busy building a business for a full-time accelerator? Unsure how to make a killer investment case? Want to learn how to speak an investor's language and raise funding? Tech Tribe Accelerator is perfect for you. It is a 7-month online accelerator and virtual mentorship platform that is easy to use. All you need is an internet connection. We give you access to tried and tested investment readiness content, a team of virtual experts, webinars, and access to a virtual entrepreneurship ecosystem, all aimed at teaching you how to raise funding you need, develop your capacity, and scale your venture. Start your investment readiness journey now. Join the Tech Tribe Accelerator.
When we plant the seed, it grows into a very dark place. Am I right? It grows into a very dark place.
I have different templates here that I can work with. Even with the Canvas application, you still have to configure, the data source it's going to use.
All right. But if you say, oh, I've seen that before. Yeah, I know what a block CSS is. I know how margin works. I know how padding works. I know what an object is. I know how to declare variable. I know what a control flow is. Even though if I ask you now to write me a for loop to create a chessboard with a for loop, for example, you might not be able to do it, but you know you need a for loop or a for each. You understand what I'm saying? Don't sell yourself short.
My name is Rimo Lodwaba. I am the CEO of IT Think Smart Solutions. IT Think is an award-winning software development and consulting company based in Midrand, South Africa. We provide digital consulting services to private sector clients as well as public sector clients that vary from digitization projects, software customization projects, ERP implementations, as well as outsourced IT services. In order to find skills for our projects, we run an in-house training program called the IT Think Tech Academy, where we find unemployed ICT graduates and we train them for a period of 12 months. And basically the program intends to provide these young people with IT skills so that they can either stay within our business at the end of the program, or they can find employment elsewhere, or start their own businesses. We have partnered with Apps and Girls in Tanzania for this project, and we've got 15 of our candidates for the Tech Academy based at Apps and Girls in Dar es Salaam, and 15 of the candidates are based in our Midrand offices in Johannesburg. We've also partnered with Microsoft Student to Business, as well as the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, Sais, in order to be able to run our program.
Hi, my name is Thabang Mogobe.
My name is Bokhishan Titi.
Hi, I'm Khabir Befmati.
Hi, my name is Ali Baba. I studied information technology from TUT, computer science, multimedia. From this program, I would like to achieve more knowledge in web development.
I studied at Ridgefield Graduate Institute of Technology. I studied a BSc in Information Technology Management. What I'm hoping to get from this program is knowledge in programming and also management skills.
I studied Information Technology and Computer Science at Ekurhuleni West College. I would love to learn more knowledge about software development, and I would like to be more confident.
I've studied technical applications at TUT. I'm here because I want to learn more about mobile and web application development.
Our goal for this program is to ensure that young people are able to find employment, but more importantly, that they can also be in a space where they are confident enough to be able to start their own businesses. So that's basically what we do in our program. So at the end of everything, we want to see our students either having started their own business or having found a job internally within IT Think or Apps and Girls, or going out in the market and finding a job in the market.
40% of Namibia's population live in shacks. This is due to the people migrating from rural areas to urban areas for a better form of living, but instead they're met with poor living conditions.
Small corrugated rooms that house up to 5 individuals that heat up in the summer and get extremely cold in the winter, communal toilets with zero privacy, and cooking that needs to be done outside the same rooms that easily catch fire. These are the subhuman conditions Living Permaculture plans on improving. As Living Permaculture, our aim is to improve the living conditions of these individuals by innovating with them on how to benefit from their natural surroundings without damaging it, empowering them to teach their communities, and guiding them as they become entrepreneurs with the knowledge they acquire. Our projects include insulation in the shacks to prevent them from getting too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter, a rocket stove and solar cooker that improve the mode of cooking, making it safer, a water filter to aid with better use of water, a dry toilet that can be owned by each individual family and provides privacy, but most importantly, we innovate with individuals on how to acquire food from the environment. The planting of fruit and vegetables around their shacks is an essential part of our project, as we not only innovate with them to provide food for their families, but we empower them to commercialize the access. A team is best fit for the project as we work with organizations such as the Namibian Housing Group and the Shack Dwellers Federation. We have worked with a large number of shack dwellers, with more individuals showing interest. We have worked extensively with 74 individuals. We are looking for innovators to help us innovate with the community. Living Permaculture. Let's redesign our home spaces and lives to function more like an ecosystem.
Are you running an acceleration or an incubation program and you want to digitalize your cohorts, reduce costs, further your reach, while also lockdown proofing your services? We have a white label solution for you. At Tech Tribe Accelerator, we offer an easy-to-use 7-month acceleration program for all supporters of entrepreneurs. All the entrepreneur needs is an internet connection. No more traveling and booking for venues. We can fully brand the accelerator for you or run it on our online system. We give hubs access to tried and tested investment readiness content, access to a virtual community, webinars, detailed M&E reports, and a team of virtual mentors who are all experts in their industries. You can focus on your broader objectives for entrepreneurs. Your entrepreneurs will walk away with an infographic-rich investment teaser, a 15-slide funding pitch presentation, a full investment case, a 5-year financial plan, and a list of tailored investors. Partner with us now by contacting our team, and we will get back to you.
entrepreneurship, knowledge, networking. How the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program fostered innovation across SADC. The Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, or Sais, was established in 2011 to promote entrepreneurship and innovation across SADC. In 2017, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland launched the second phase of the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, Sais 2, to build on Sais 1's successes and strengthen Southern Africa innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems at a regional level. Sais 2 worked in partnership with the governments of Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia, as well as the SADC Secretariat, and pursued the overall aim of enhanced regional innovation cooperation and national innovation systems contributing to inclusive business and development. The program's overall aim was divided into 3 result areas: institutional capacity for regional cooperation, improved expertise and skills in government institutions and innovation support organizations to support private sector innovation and enterprise development. Innovation in enterprises, improved capacity for early-stage enterprises and startups to enter new markets with new or improved products, processes, and services. Inclusive innovation, improved capabilities for innovation support organizations and entrepreneurs to develop new and improved products, processes, and services with and for socially and economically excluded communities. In addition, the support of female and youth entrepreneurship and the mainstreaming of the human rights-based approach are implemented within the program as cross-cutting objectives. The Sais 2 Innovation Fund formed the backbone of program activities, providing about 3.2 million euros in grant funding to 26 projects based in 5 partner countries. These projects were required to pursue a specific goal and had to be managed by a consortia of member organizations from around the world. However, each consortium was required to appoint a lead coordinator based in one of the Sais 2 partner countries. The final requirement to be eligible for grant funding was the ability to co-fund the project either in cash or in kind. As a result of this co-funding requirement, a further 1.3 million euros of cash and in-kind funding was mobilized to foster entrepreneurship and innovation across the SADC region. Capacity building. Capacity building was a crucial factor in ensuring the success of the Sais 2 Innovation Fund projects. Once they were selected, the projects underwent training in skills such as writing case studies, program management, investment readiness, and inclusive innovation. These training and capacitation activities were delivered to almost 40 Innovation Fund supported organizations and had a notable impact on Sais 2 Innovation Fund projects' success. Outside of the Innovation Fund, Sais 2 also engaged in foresight training for municipalities as well as private and public sector organizations involved in entrepreneurship and innovation in the Sais 2 partner countries. These training sessions were delivered to over 50 representatives, better enabling them to predict future challenges and find ways to address them and achieve their goals. Finally, the Sais 2 soft landing platform provided opportunities for entrepreneurs from Southern Africa to learn more about expanding into Finland and vice versa. Under this program, 14 startups from Southern Africa and Finland participated in workshops and business trips organized for them to gain better access to new markets. Knowledge and networking. By leveraging knowledge and networking, Sais 2 worked to transfer best practices and lessons learned to stakeholders across Southern Africa and beyond. Sais 2 engaged in these activities in 3 main ways. The annual Southern Africa Innovation Forum, or ASAF, was the program's flagship networking event where entrepreneurs, academia, and public sector organizations could engage with each other and exchange best practices to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship in the region. 4 ASAF events were held in partnership with larger entrepreneurship events in South Africa and Botswana, namely the SA Innovation Summit and the Botswana Innovation Day respectively. Almost 900 people attended ASAP on-site and online over the past 4 years. Another major initiative organized by Sais was Connected Hubs, a community of practice where innovation support organizations in the public and private sector could exchange knowledge and best practices. The network of organizations in Connected Hubs could also work together across borders to achieve their goals and support entrepreneurs in their region. Since its founding in 2017, Connected Hubs grew to comprise 26 organizations from 6 countries. In 2021, Connected Hubs launched itself as a regional super organization known as the Southern Africa Innovation Collective, or SAIC. The organization's function remains the same, but it is now run by a secretariat led by the Technology Innovation Agency of South Africa. SAIC's largest externally facing activity has been to organize the Boost Up Startup Support Program in partnership with Sais 2. Boost Up functioned as an incubator and startup pitch competition where social impact startups were taught skills crucial to pitching their businesses along with other important business skills. SAIC member organizations and talented mentors and trainers from Southern Africa and Finland provided the training. Over 900 startups have attended Boost Up setup training events, while 53 startup finalists underwent Boost Up Scale-Up Incubation. 35 of the finalists attended Slush in Finland. Finally, Sais 2 was deeply involved in recording data and lessons learned during the running of the program. This information has been packaged into over 20 knowledge products, some in partnership with SAIC and our knowledge partners. These publications ranged in subjects from knowledge capture and ecosystem studies to how to host events, advice on running hubs, and showcases of entrepreneurs' experiences in Southern African markets, to name only a few. Using these tools, funding, capacity building, and knowledge and networking, together, the Southern Africa Innovation
Ladies
Support
and
Program
gentlemen,
was able to make
get
a
your
remarkable
attention.
impact
We
on
have
the
2
Southern
minutes
African innovation
before going
landscape.
live. So
But we would not have
if we
been
can
able to do this
just have
without
everybody
the support
back.
of many partners,
2
knowledge
minutes
partners, and stakeholders
before we
who
go
worked with us
live.
to make this possible. Thank you for all your incredible work, and may you continue to push for ever greater strides in innovation and entrepreneurship support.
I have a dream that every Namibian child should have access to quality education. Namibia should be leading in exporting know-how and expertise worldwide instead of raw materials and resources that will eventually run out. But how do we get there?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and then we'll get started with our afternoon session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon from my side, and we trust and hope that you've had a good lunch hour, and I can see that the conversations are very, sounds very productive, very juicy, and very forward-thinking. So all of that can still continue for the rest of the afternoon, but we have a program that we need to get back to. Now, continuing, that is with our sessions for this Sais to End conference, and thanking each and every single participant that has been part of this. And like you heard earlier on from Dr. Flora, that this is but a handful. There is still, there has been knowledge and networking that has been done over the course of the program. And we say thank you to all our participating partner countries. All right, so now for our session 4, we are going to be looking at innovation events as facilitators of ecosystem development. Now, this session will explore how organizations can use events to build their networks, create partnerships, and attract investment. Now, to moderate this session, I would like to call on from South Africa, Ms. Beryl. She's said she's very excited to run this session, all right? So let me ask her to join us on stage and also get her panelist that's onto stage. We do have 2, yes, please. All right, now another panelist that's been ready since this morning when I spoke to him, he hails all the way from Botswana. He is the executive director at the Botswana Innovation Hub, directing that is the Innovation and Technology Department. Dr. Tacheba, he's ready. Please welcome him on stage. Also give him a nice round of applause. As mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 of our panelists joining us, that's virtually, and that being Mr. Gareth Evans. He's from Zambia. He is the AGS Programs Team Leader and Chief Technical Advisor based in Lusaka, Zambia. He has 20 years experience in economic development and has worked in over 23 countries. Another of our panelists also joining us virtually, and she is... That's from Finland, right? She is the chairperson of Think Africa. She's the current chairperson of Think Africa, a non-profit organization promoting the participation and representation of the African diaspora. That's Ms. Miriam Namuzero. So they are joining us both virtually. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for being part of our conference. Over to you, Beryl.
Thank you, and a warm welcome to our virtual guests as well. Hello. I hope everyone's enjoyed their lunch break. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel today. My name is Beryl Visser. I'm from a company based in Cape Town. We're called Viridian. I'm the programs manager, and we are ecosystem builders. We design and deliver training programs for entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial hubs, and early stage investors. So a really warm welcome to our panel today. Dr. Tacheba from the Botswana Innovation Hub.
Thank you.
Ms. Miriam Munazero, our virtual guest, chairperson at Think Africa, and Mr. Gareth Evans, team leader at the Accelerated Growth for MSMEs in Zambia program. So before we kick off, I'd love to just set the scene a little. So I think a really strong theme that's come through today in the presentations and the panel discussions is that a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem really depends on the connectedness and alignment of ecosystem actors. And so events play a really catalytic role in actually creating these spaces for connections. And as facilitators for knowledge exchange, skills and resources building, and as a space for ecosystem actors to come together, to network, and form collaborations. So what I'd really love to pick up panelists' brains about today is, what is the value that is created when we bring ecosystem actors together at events, like Sais has done today? And how can we amplify the value that is created in those exchanges that happen at these events? So Dr. Tacheba, I'd love to start with you. Could you tell us a bit about the Botswana Innovation Hub and what the organization does and how you use events to create connections within the ecosystem?
Thank you very much, Beryl. And I think it's quite a pleasure once again to be, in this session with Sais. And I think, as Flora put it, it's bittersweet in the sense that we are now at the end of the program. But having said that, and coming from the Botswana Digital and Innovation Hub, which is really our new name, on the context of having moved from being Botswana Innovation Hub and bringing in the digital component, I'd like to say that, for us, events have always been central in the context of the role or the mandate that we've been given. And this is really playing the central role of bringing what we call the multiple helix of the innovation ecosystem together in Botswana. But we have always looked at ourselves also as a catalyst in also creating the right kind of linkages and connectivity to other ecosystems other than Botswana. I'll talk to events in three contexts. I would say that initially we have seen that events were basically used to try to distill specific misconceptions around innovation to a large extent. And with Sais on board, we have also seen a lot of opportunities around, creating internal capacities on the onset, just to be able to get, the internal resources to get a better handle of what innovation is all about. Capacity building around innovation. Those are central. Over and above that, we saw that in order to instill a better understanding of, the basic components of building an innovation ecosystem, we had to set out quite a wide range of different types of events. So pre-COVID, to a large extent, we always took advantage of the physical presence of having events on location. And I always tie events to the fact that really they also talk to the space within which you want to be able to run them. And you cannot separate the two, because it's really how you set up an event around a space that is tailor-made to ensure that it makes the events have the impact that you desire to have. So post-COVID, we have seen events shift, and to a large extent, they've shifted from being physical presence to more being digital platforms. And I think those are the ones that I really want to sort of unpack and speak to as we go on. So as per our mandate, I believe that we have been able to create, I would say, specific linkages within the local innovation ecosystem, that is the academia, the public sector, as well as the broader, entrepreneurial ecosystem, where now we are seeing, better responses. As a membership-based organization, it's always critical that we use any opportunity that we get to communicate specific initiatives that basically allow them to be brought into our space. And that is really what eventually allows us to be able to put them through the specific programs that we tailor for them and allow them to be able to amplify the very voice that we speak to in the context of innovation, which actually creates a replica effect in ensuring that the ecosystem then gets better activated and more understanding the context within which they play, or the roles within which they play. And I think from this morning's discussion, I think it was Professor if I can get it quickly right here. Yeah, Professor Correa was talking to, the whole process of ensuring that, the linkages, the proximities, how you relate with the different players of the ecosystems. We try to create that and ensure that everybody is aware of how they relate to each other and what role they play in such a way that they create that synergy, where at the end of the day we have got seamless flow of ideas through the innovation ecosystem. Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you. And sounds like your events really bring together a diversity of different actors as well, public, private, from academia, which is of course extremely important in creating the right kind of collaborative linkages that we need to develop the ecosystem. So on to Miriam. Could you please tell us a bit about Think Africa and the initiatives that the organization work on?
Thanks, Beryl, and for having me as well. There's a bit of an echo, but I hope...
We can hear you well.
Yeah. All right, that's great. So Think Africa is a non-profit organization with a vision for being the #1 platform supporting the realization of the potential of the African diaspora. And we work towards this through organizing events. We have projects and programs that engage, promote, and empower the African diaspora, but also enhance the collaboration between Finland and African countries. And the collaboration we have been doing with Sais in organizing, especially the Boost Up Final Competition Challenge and the /side event, is an example of the work we do when we connect Finland and African countries and bring together different stakeholders to sort of exchange knowledge and discuss innovation. And events have been sort of instrumental for us in expanding our networks, but also in just information and knowledge sharing.
Fantastic, thanks so much. And Mr. Evans, could you tell us about the Accelerated Growth for MSMEs program in Zambia?
Yeah, so AGS is a program for Foreign Affairs of Finland, and we operate a new micro, small and medium enterprise development ministry in Zambia. The program has 4 key elements. The first is to support the enabling environment of government on developing the MSME policy. We support businesses with business readiness training. We have a co-creation and matchmaking component and an access to markets component. So we're quite active across the spectrum, from working on policy in the enabling environment all the way through helping businesses enter into markets. There's quite a lot going on, but it's good fun and it's keeping.
Fantastic, thanks so much, Mr. Evans. And I'd really love to unpack that, the business matchmaking service that you just mentioned in a moment. But back to you, Dr. Tacheba. So the Innovation Hub is a really strong actor in the local innovation ecosystem in Botswana. And I'd really love to know what specific events have been catalytic for growing the ecosystem in Botswana.
Right, thank you very much. So as a science and technology park, which mainly speaks to area of innovation, and also an innovation hub, where we run tailor-made programs for tech entrepreneurship, mainly from incubation through acceleration and to ensure that they then have market access. We have done, I would say, a whole lot of a mixture of events that basically try to ensure that we can then be able to further enhance the connectiveness of the different players in the ecosystem. So, for example, first of all, I'll talk to what we call our outreach-oriented events. And this basically speaks to how it is that we create an initiative where we bring the collective out of the innovation aggregators, the entrepreneurship support organizations, who are really the footmasters in terms of ensuring that they spread the message or they create the bigger impact on the ground. So we have a framework where we link up with those aggregators where we give them perspectives in terms of the elements that align to our broader mandate in stimulating the innovation ecosystem. And out of their own frameworks and their own understanding of our approach, they then distill that and communicate it further through specific tailor-made events, which are now outside or not necessarily within the Science and Technology Park or the Innovation Hub. And we have found a lot of exciting feedback in that context, because then whenever they do have an impact on the ground, it basically drives the traffic from the specific pilot events that they have within the broader ecosystem straight into our programs. So that is the first specific type of event. Then I would like to speak to what we call innovation showcases. This is really the kind of events where we invite innovators who have got brilliant ideas or got brilliant innovations to be able to showcase their innovations. Normally we do that under the context of what we call Innovation Botswana, which is an annual event. The way we do it is that we master communication around aggregating and going around the country and mobilizing people who have got exciting innovations and actually pulling through the different innovations and then getting them to be vetted and being able to select that which you think is the cream, where we can then be able to bring them to a platform where there's all sorts of publicity, there's all sorts of appreciation. And to add the icing on the cake, there is also a specific events that are really looking at rewarding innovation. This is really, to a large extent, driven through our Innovation Fund initiative. Basically, where we make events that communicate access to funding opportunities, where people who have got fully developed prototypes can then be able to have access to funding and then be able to develop programs. And I think, to a large extent, this is where we have played in partnership with Sais in publicizing the Sais Innovation Fund, to a large extent in conjunction with the Botswana Innovation Fund. And I'm quite happy because some of the key initiatives or the people that have been involved in the program, some of the speakers who have been on the stage this morning in terms of what they've been able to get out of that communication. Quickly now to reflect on when COVID came, we started realizing that we're having a challenge now in having physical presence or being able to mobilize locally driven events. And then that's when there was a lot of opportunities being offered by digital platforms. And I'd like to say that in appreciating the fact that we still wanted to be able to have that extent of connectedness with the ecosystem, we started running some of which were formerly what we used to call coffee sessions. Basically, coffee sessions are a platform for communicating anything and everything about innovation. It allows to distill concepts around innovations. It allows advocacy around specific initiatives around innovations. So we started bringing them on online platforms and allowing experts to come in and speak to the broader context of our innovators. But I must say that it hasn't come without a challenge, because the advent of being able to have the broader masses have access to digital platforms has always been a challenge. So we saw that as a bit of a challenge. So to a large extent, and in a nutshell, in bringing all this together, we have realized that we have got now opportunities for also running things like hackathons, where we allow developers on the different platforms to come together and to be able to address specific challenges collectively, where at the end of the day they can then be able to come up with solutions that are relevant to those specific challenges. We have a key program that we are currently running, where basically we are facilitating, taking public services to digital platforms, basically digitizing the public service or services that are supposed to be accessed to the public. And what we do is that we run hackathons, which are a gatekeeping process, where then we select the best, solutions to be further developed, where now they can be disseminated for the public consumption. So in a nutshell, I think that's the broader context talking around the kind of events that we've been driving in the Innovation Hub.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Sounds like you're running some incredible events. I really like the sound of those coffee sessions as well. They sound a bit more casual and like a space for people to also be able to share learnings, give advice as well in a more casual context as well. The innovation events too sound like they are also vital in attracting investment into the space as well and giving exposure to those entrepreneurs.
Yeah, so like I said, because we have a value chain, our events mainly are targeted across the value chain. They are the ones that are talking to aggregators. They are the ones that are sort of tailor-made for those that are in the programs. And they're the ones that basically we try to make sure that we have a bigger impact. I think the whole issue around the Boost Up initiatives with Sais were basically to ensure that we communicate aspects of opportunities that can be gained for innovators that have got working prototypes, demonstrated prototypes, where some of them have actually had opportunities to pitch in platforms like Slash for investment. So those are the kind of events that basically are tailor-made to ensure that we push that which we have in our value chain to a point where they can be able to attract the right kind of investment into their portfolios. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd love to give some bit of love to our virtual guests. So, Ms. Munizero, I'd love to hear a bit more about how Think Africa promotes entrepreneurship in the events that it runs with its African entrepreneurs, but then also how does it bring in other sort of ecosystem players from Finland, especially to create cross-border collaborations as well?
Thanks for the question. This one. So it's if I could just repeat it. So yeah, how we I Think Africa promotes entrepreneurship and connect different sort of ecosystem players in the events.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
No, I was just sort of repeating the question to understand.
Repeating the question, sorry.
Correctly. So how we, I think.
Sure. I was just asking, so I know that Think Africa promotes African entrepreneurs in Finland and African diaspora to sort of come together and collaborate, but you also bring in ecosystem actors from Finland to create cross-border collaborations as well. So how do you create those, how do you facilitate those collaborations in your events?
All right. Yeah, thanks for the interesting question. Yeah. One sort of, if I could give a concrete example, that's this sort of the collaboration we have had with Sais. Since 2017, we have had the collaboration where it's almost as the speakers mentioned, we have sort of showcasing where we're showcasing the innovations that are happening on the continent. And also the innovations that are happening here in Finland by the African diaspora. And through our events, we always ensure that there's there's the showcasing, but there's also the networking event. And we really try to understand what the innovators are looking for, and often it's different talents as perhaps co-founders or persons to be part of the team, but it's also often the investors that could potentially contribute to the startups or to the entrepreneurs. So we often try to bring in together the innovators, the investors, the different talents that could help take the ideas further and create sort of like a space or create an event, a space where people can just come together and network and talk with each other.
Fantastic. Thanks. Yes. Do we still have Mr. Evans on the line?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here. Fantastic. Sorry, we've just lost you on our screen. Hello. So I'd love to return to the business matchmaking service that you mentioned earlier. Again, looking at this service as something that is vital for facilitating cross-border collaborations again with entrepreneurs in Zambia, with Finland actors as well. Could you tell us a bit more about the program?
Sure, yeah. We have a number of opportunities where we're bringing together Finnish and Zambian companies, as well as Zambian companies and regional opportunities. So, for instance, our main sort of work that we've been doing over the last few years with Finnish companies has revolved around developing promotional materials with Zambia, with the Zambia Development Agency, to identify opportunities for Finnish companies that might be interested in investing in Zambia. And then we bring that together with the Finnish Week of Business, which is an annual event that the embassy puts on here. And last year we had about 300 participants, 200 from Zambia and 100 from Finland. That really was a great way, low barrier, low cost way to bring people together online. due to COVID, everything was online last year. This year we're moving back to a physical event, and Finnish companies are coming over to come and meet potential partners in Zambia. We also have trade missions regionally. So last year we did the first trade mission to DRC that has happened from Zambia for about 6 years. And as a result of that, we saw $20 million worth of deals completed there and shortly after the trip, and follow-up leads of about $40 million continuing. And we're hearing regularly that those deals are getting closed. We've also taken businesses to Finland. We went to Slush, and since then we've also had closed deals of about 4 or 5 businesses since Slush. And we'll be heading back again this year to Slush, and we'll be hoping to have a ministerial level visit from Zambia to Finland as well. In addition to that, it's not just about partnerships and innovations regionally and with Finland. We also want to see growth locally. We know that for the majority of our businesses, the most appropriate partnerships are here in Zambia. And so we're supporting local expos and local events to really ensure that everybody has access to new clients and new markets. We really think that a lot of the work that goes into this is done months and months in advance. Finding the right Zambian businesses, finding the right businesses in Finland, finding the right ones in Congo, the right consultants who can put you in touch with the right people. And we feel that through all of our efforts that we're seeing some success last year, and we're really excited to see how things grow this year. Beryl, is that helpful?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And again, great to hear about a program that's been successful in, forming partnerships and attracting investment into businesses. So at this point, I'd love to open up to questions from the audience. Does anyone have a burning question they'd like to ask one of our lovely panelists? We've got a question over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is really a great panel, great conversation, and this has been a burning conversation that I would love to address. Events are really, really critical when it comes to ecosystem building, especially in our continent, Africa. I would like to find out, we have $5.2 billion US dollars for the first time that entered Africa in 2021 to support startup. And with all the events that, like Dr. just said, and all the events around the country, what was really shocking is that we did not have up to a 0.000 even 9% of startup that passed through incubator, accelerator, obtain any of these funds. Which brings out the question of what are the impact that incubators and accelerators, even with all these events that are doing for the startup, if we could have 5.2 billion and we do not even have 1/10 of any of the startups that come through an incubator or an accelerator across the continent.
Fantastic. So that's a question around the impact of accelerators and programs. We have lots of events going on, but what is the impact it actually has on entrepreneurs? Fantastic. We've got one more question. We'll just take both the questions before we hand over to the panelists. Thank you.
Thanks for that interesting topic. My question's to Dr. Tachebe. Regarding the Innovation Hub in Botswana, what interventions are you guys doing around biotech, specifically around indigenous knowledge and the translation of those into products? Historically, South Africa, Namibia, Botswana have been exploited largely by the Western world for indigenous knowledge, and the financial value is created offshore. South Africa started to create an impetus around supporting these ideas to do the value creation in the country. From your perspective, is there any interventions that you guys have formulated there?
Thank you so much. So I'd like to field the first question around accelerators and programs. To Gareth, could you please respond to that question?
Impact of accelerators and incubators on entrepreneurs. Well, it doesn't start and end with the incubator or the accelerator. I think that's probably the long and short answer of it. You know, what we see is that as a program, we have follow-on activities. So we have accelerators, and following on from that, there's still gaps within the businesses. Accelerators can't address everything. So as a program, we have budgeted to provide grant facilities to the businesses to access, we call them specialized trainings. So maybe they have a distinct gap in marketing or finance or financial record keeping, that they need to have it addressed in a deep manner. So the incubators and accelerators themselves are great in lifting profiles and encouraging businesses, but also opportunities for continue to identify weaknesses and help those businesses dig deeper from there. So I would say that yes, incubators and accelerators are really important, but certainly as we program things as development programs, private sector development programs, we need to think what comes after and continue to work with those businesses after the events. So I'm sorry I don't have numbers to say what those, what the impacts are of those, but it comes much, much later as those things are put into practice and the skills and things are utilized.
Absolutely, and I think programs and accelerators work in complementarity with events as well as these kind of pipelines. You can deep dive on a business in a program and then sort of funnel them into events where they can pitch and be exposed to other actors as well. So I hope that answered your question. And Dr. Tacheba, Mr. Deepak's question.
Precisely. Thank you, Mr. Deepak, for that question. Yes, I think the issue of indigenous knowledge systems or indigenous products is something that we've been pondering on for quite some time. One of our key programs, which is really around the areas of biotechnology, is how we promote and we support innovations within that context and develop a more of an indigenous knowledge systems commercialization framework, where we facilitate grassroots innovations from an inclusivity perspective to ensure that we uplift that which has got potential for being commercialized to get into the commercial domain. So in a nutshell, just a couple of months ago, and obviously through advocacy, we developed a program which has actually been launched by the minister responsible for our portfolio, which is the Indigenous Knowledge Support Systems Initiative. Now, what that program does is that it works through like a hub and node framework. We're setting up a program that basically allows the right kind of capacity building in the grassroots through localized innovation centers, where the whole idea is to allow co-creation and designing of the products and the solutions and the prototypes at that level, such that they can then be uplifted through this, what I call the Indigenous Knowledge Support Program, to a point where now they've got traction for attracting the right investment, where now they can start being commercialized. As you rightfully put it, we have seen most of the natural products being exploited, some of it actually developing IP through foreign entities. And our view is that because the products or the plant products are endemic to the region, there's still a lot of opportunities for us to be able to uplift this. And working with the likes of the Southern Africa Network on Biosciences, which I think has been mentioned earlier on, we have seen opportunities of how best we can develop a conduit through this framework, where we can see some of those products actually having a bigger impact. One of the things I think when we are running some of our incubatees and our participants in our platforms, when we took them through the Boost Up initiatives actually getting them as far as slash was that there was a lot of interest specifically in this area because the model of its commercialization is unlike any other that the world is really familiar with. So there's so much opportunity that we see in here, and our view is that really that is the next big thing in terms of commercialization of locally based knowledge and cultural innovations, where now we can trickle back the returns back to those communities. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That was a really great question as well. Do we have time for closing remarks? Yes, thank you. Okay, so what I'd really love to ask all the panelists is, as ecosystem actors all here today, a lot of us put on events and attend events. What advice would you give to someone organizing an event to create a space to have these kind of juicy interactions, space for collaboration?
Right. I think if I may give it a shot, you see, our experience in terms of the maturity of the ecosystems, especially in Botswana, is that it has really taken from the initial building blocks of doing innovation capacity building sessions and actually training people to appreciate the role that they play within the ecosystem. Of lately, I can tell you that having done that, we have seen new privately run incubators, accelerators. People now that have a gist in terms of how they can be able to uplift and support innovators, especially at pre-incubation level, where they can drive the traffic and basically build capacities to see them being able to scale into the national accelerators like what we're operating. So to a large extent, most of the events, and I can give an example here. In 2016, we ran something called the Innovation Prize for Africa. It's an Africa-wide innovation prize, basically. I think it was valued at about $100,000 US. And we had a lot of support even from advocacy, from the leadership. And that's so, I see a multifaceted way through which we could attract and get the excitement around innovation. And the messaging has always been the one that basically aligns anybody who has got a specific idea to understand how they can be able to transcend it through all the hurdles to a point where now they can be able to attract the investment. So our messaging has been consistent, and we have seen some specific results. And I'm really glad that the Sais initiative that was being spoken to here, despite of maybe not currently having specific policy initiatives around it, there is that charge that is basically coming from the innovators themselves, and having appreciated the context and the space within which they operate, that they can be able to champion this thing and create a network that has got value, where anybody who comes in can be able to identify the value that they can get and actually build onto that. I think that's a unique value proposition that I think will really allow that burning and that agency of being innovative in the continent to be able to keep running. And I think it goes back to the same question that was asked earlier on in terms of why are we not seeing a lot of investment coming into this part of the world. I always give the example of Flutterwave, which is a Nigerian startup, but maybe in the fintech space, which got an investment, to say that I think the more we do this kind of support and create events that really uplift and ensure that they push the ceiling in terms of the innovations and the relevance, then I think the right investment will be able to come along. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tacheba. Mr. Evans, what advice would you give to event organizers?
I think I will keep it short. I think basically do a lot of talking to the people who are coming, find out what their motivations are, what they need to, who they want to partner with, what their gaps are, and from, as we think from Finland and our Zambian companies here, we have to really understand who is interested and their motivations, and then we're able to really ensure that we can find potential partners so that when they get here, they have relevant and interesting conversations. So they can get, I think you called it juicy though. They can really dig into those conversations and have worthwhile discussions. So we spend a lot of time doing that, talking to businesses here and in Finland, and also in Congo, as I mentioned, to get those details and ensure that when we put an event on, that we're meeting the needs of those participants, and that they're able to go away with having met someone that is relevant to them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And Ms. Munazero, can you give us your closing remarks on advice to event organisers for creating connections and collaborations?
Yeah, yes, I can do that. I think Gareth and Dr. Cheba have already mentioned quite a few good ones. And maybe to follow up on what Gareth said about addressing the needs of the target audience, it's also just to realize that the events are also solving a problem as well. Like there's a need and you're solving it through an event. So if you approach it from that perspective, then you're sort of also organizing the event such that it either solves the problem or meets the needs of the persons that you want to come. But also, perhaps I would encourage, and especially we have seen this through the pandemic time, when many of us who are organizing in-person events had to rethink about how to organize events virtually and how to make them engaging, how to create breakout rooms, how to create workshops online. So it has also caused us to rethink about innovation of events. So not just to showcase innovation, but actually how do we organize events such that they create more meaningful experience, such that they're engaging, and especially in this world where we are competing for attention, the attention spans of people are quite short now. So like, how do you organize events so that they are captivating and that they deliver the value they promise to deliver? So it's also sort of like, we shouldn't be afraid also to innovate in the event space.
Thank you. Absolutely. So it's about empowering the actors to be able to articulate their value and what they're looking for, but also sort of really speak to everyone that's in the room and what are we all here for, what's the intention of being together. So thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you to the audience for your attention and great questions today. Over to you.
All right, Ms. Beryl, Dr. and Ms. Miriam and Mr. Gareth, thank you so much for your time. You may exit the stage. All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, especially if you're event organizers, when it comes to, the SME space and networking and all of that, hopefully you've taken something away from that discussion. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We just need to set up for our next and final panel discussion for this afternoon. So you've got about 10 minutes to grab some coffee and just, further network for this afternoon. We'll be back in 10.
Thank you, David. That was, nice.
minutes is up. May I please ask everybody to return so we can get session 5 started. Everybody outside, may I please ask that you come back inside. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your last call to return to your seats so we can get started. We do have a networking session after this where you can network further, share ideas, share contact details. So, oh, the coffee. Okay. So if everybody that's inside, if they can please settle down. Sharon? May I please ask everybody that's standing, that is inside, to please sit down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask that we settle down? Okay. All right, thank you. Like we said, we have our session 5 that's about to start. This is our last panel discussion for today's end conference. And this afternoon, or this session 5, we'll be dealing with the demand-driven capacity. Is this possible? Now, this session will look at how capacity-building funded projects can aid in their sustainability. Now, for this session, our moderator is Program Director, Sais 2 Program, Dr. Flora, and she's eager to get this session started. Now, joining her on the panel for this afternoon, already on stage from South Africa, that's Miss Alexandra. Now, she's the Business Director who has 18 years experience in early stage in the investment space. Her innovation agency designs and delivers early stage entrepreneur, hub, and investor program, research, and strategy. Joining us that is online, also from South Africa, a partner at Impact Amplifier, Mr. Tena Medvin. He's joining us virtually. Hola. He's been working in the field of social innovation for 25 years and sits on several boards, one being that's Lead, Impact Capital, and Green Fingers Mobile. And lastly, also joining us virtually from the Netherlands, that is Mr. Janssen, right? So he's also joining us virtually. Welcome. He is... He's inclusive innovation devotee with more than 10 years on supporting entrepreneurs to design and deliver impactful business solutions that is for the base of the pyramid. So, Dr. Flora, I hand over the floor to you to get this discussion started.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to you all. Can you hear me? Before we start the panel, I'd just like to give a little bit of background on how Sais came about its capacity building programs. 2017, June, the team went around the 5 countries, spoke to players in the ecosystem, tried to understand what the gaps were in terms of capacity needs. And we did this with Courage Ventures, Ampere, M Labs, and R Labs. And from that, we came back with a very clear concept that generic programs, there's enough of those, there's content, and there was something missing, particularly with the innovation support organizations. There was a clear need for how do you do funding, how do you move your entrepreneurs from your incubation space out into the market. And so Sais came back and drew up terms of reference that were won by some of the partners on this panel to deliver bespoke programs for each of the projects following a needs assessment. So this afternoon, I'm honored to be joined by BOP Inc., Impact Amplify, and Viridian. Viridian wears 3 hats because they delivered 3 capacity building programs for us, but we'll hear about that. So I'm going to start with you, Gerwin. Good afternoon. I suppose it's afternoon for you in the Netherlands. Can you tell us a bit about BOP Inc. and the Inclusive Innovation Program that was run by you and VC for Africa? Can we hear Gerwin? Your microphone, please. Are you muted? No, I think he's unmuted. At least his expression shows that he's also as surprised as we are.
So clearly he can hear us.
He can hear us, I'm sure.
But we can't hear you.
We can't hear you. So it's got to be, is there something in tech that can work? Okay. If you give us a second, Gerwin, can we move to Tana?
Sure.
We'll take you. Tana, can you hear us? Okay, we can hear you. Tana? Is it good now? Gerwin, we should be able to hear you now. Can you try that?
Yeah, hi Flora.
Great. Hi.
Then I even hear myself. That's great. All right. No, yeah, great to be here. And Flora, can you just tell us like how many people are in the audience? I have no clue who I'm talking to.
I can't hear you. There's 3,000 people here. It's not just Alex and I. There's 100+ people in the room. So if you can talk us through the Inclusive Innovation Program that you designed and delivered with VC for Africa, and what you think the impact of that was, and why did you deliver it in the way that you did deliver it?
Yeah, right. Thanks, Flora. Yeah, so briefly about BOP Inc. So we're a not-for-profit support organization for inclusive businesses. And these are entrepreneurs, so from startups, SME to multinational companies that have innovative ideas for how they can make their products and services affordable and accessible for low-income communities, the base of the pyramid. So yeah, this is, like you said, I mean, when you look at a topic like that, you need specialized support services. I mean, this is not your ordinary business model, because if you're going to sell, say, clean cooking or electricity to rural communities living off the grid, you'll be looking at a whole different proposition and business model than when you're working in urban areas and serving middle class. So yeah, I think when we started our engagement with you was really that demand-driven approach. So understand what are the gaps in the knowledge of entrepreneurs when it comes to inclusive innovation. And for this, we used a couple of informants, including some local partners that we work with. In Zambia, we work with the Chamber of Commerce there. And we had counterparts in the other countries who gave us a good idea of the state of the sector in these countries. So what do entrepreneurs already know, what don't they know? And what are gaps in support networks on this topic? So we identified a general knowledge gap, which we could fill with our training program, which we both ran online and offline. I think our online training course on VC4A is still available for those interested. We've had 300 sign-ups so far and quite a good rating that we're proud of. But then besides just training delivery, it's also about consolidating those support networks. And one thing we couldn't really find was coaches on the ground with experience in this domain of inclusive innovation. So we also leveraged our work with Sais to tag along coaches that kind of went into a trainer program, so that by the end of their engagement with us, we could link some of the participants in our program with them for ongoing support. So really, it's been more than just the training. It's I think what I appreciate about Sais is that it takes this holistic approach, right? You need the full support network and a sustainable support network post-program to help these aspiring entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs to really deliver some great inclusive innovations for the Southern African markets.
Thank you, Gerwin.
Hope that answers the question. Yeah.
Well, it does. It starts off the conversation for sure. So I'm going to move now to Tana. Tana, you're going to tell us a little bit about Impact Amplifier and how you designed the bespoke service that you did provide, and what did you see being, even after the provision of the service, what did you find still is needed in terms of going forward for the different projects?
Okay.
Thank you. Big question.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, big question. A lot of questions in one. Okay, great. So Impact Amplifier is a social enterprise acceleration. That's kind of our core business that we do. So we support social enterprises primarily to get ready for investment and then go out and raise capital for them. We also are a funder ourselves, both philanthropically, so kind of our donor management business, and then we also are an investor, an impact investor. We also support larger businesses that are interested in manifesting more impact internally. And that can be through their supply chain or just the way that they do their day-to-day operations in their business. So in terms of how we designed the Sais program, it had three core components to it. One was acceleration for either the consortium itself or the lead member of the consortium. And that acceleration was primarily geared to make them more kind of commercially sustainable or financially sustainable, depending on their institutional structures and intentions. So it was very much a kind of grant readiness, investment readiness approach. However, it took many different forms and facets outside of that particular domain. The second key element was training, and the training was designed basically by what the consortium members needed. So they kind of indicated to us out of a shopping list of about 15 different things what they actually wanted more information about. It could have been around growth strategy, financial management, financial planning. It could be around kind of what does the investor/donor landscape look like. It was a broad range of subjects. And we designed content around what their interests were. And then the final piece of the puzzle was providing mentors into three specific markets, trying to basically fill the gap around not enough, in the same way that which is previously mentioned, not enough kind of coaches/mentors floating around that could support early stage innovative businesses as they mature. So I think, in terms of everything that we did was very bespoke to what the consortiums and or lead partners needed and felt they needed. So we really did design very particularly to their interests. In terms of what's needed, I think, in our work, what we found in Sais is not particularly uncommon. It's kind of common in the landscape of social innovation, which is Many people are working in silos. They're developing, what are unique solutions to unique contexts. But there's a lot of other solutions out there that have cracked a lot of the exact same kind of problems, but people don't know about it. They don't know, they don't have the relationships, they don't know what models have worked where, they don't know what can be have long-term sustainability. So there's a kind of a network information problem that still exists. Generally speaking, I would say, kind of institutions that are in this territory fall down in a couple of key ways. One is around growth strategy, because they're breaking new ground in new territories in things that they haven't done for extraordinarily long periods of time. So trying to figure out actually what is the right pathway to take that's going to allow us to be the most successful and cost us the least amount of money to get there. So kind of going through that iterative developmental process is oftentimes lacking. And that's for a range of reasons. The kind of third thing I would say that's still needed is, people's ability to kind of build financial models and do long-term financial planning. It's just typically not a core strength that people have. So that we find generally that's kind of one of the big areas of where support is needed. And thirdly, I'd say it's really around storytelling. So people's capacity to frame what they're doing, why it's critical, why it's important in the world at this particular moment in time, and why they are best suited to actually deliver it is oftentimes not nearly as well executed as it could be. So that's I think I've answered everything you asked for. You have to tell me.
No, thank you very much. I would love to continue the discussion with you, but let me give Alex a chance to say a couple of words about Viridian and the work that they've been doing with Sais on 3 capacity building programs, actually. So go for it.
Thanks, Flora. And I think so essentially a lot of the work that Viridian does is around capacity development, whether we're working with the hubs, with entrepreneurs, and with the angel investors. And so while we ran capacity building projects for Sais, we also had the fortunate experience of also receiving capacity development as one of the Sais-funded projects. And as a practitioner, it's really fantastic to learn new skills, new tools around a new area of expertise that you don't know about. And I can honestly say that the capacity building that we did get from Sais, specifically around the project and setting up the project at the beginning, has really stood us in tremendous stead, kind of going forward and being able to raise additional follow-on funding. And as Tana mentioned, actually, by getting those fundamental building blocks right, to have that growth strategy and be able to scale. So the other capacity building project that we ran for Sais was we ran the foresight training, we ran an innovation competition, and we did some market validation training. And it's been fantastic to see a lot of people who went through those 2 training projects here today. And then the last project that we've just run is we've been doing some capacity development with hubs through the Sais Connected Hubs network, so SAIC network now. So hubs in Botswana, Namibia, Tanzania, and Zambia. We've been doing a lot of work through another project in South Africa, and it's been amazing to take that kind of those knowledge products that we've developed and play tested in one context, and then transfer them into new ecosystems, and hope to be able to scale them in that way.
Okay. I'm going to stay with you for now, Alex, and just go back to what Miko was talking about this morning, which is the impact case story, which your Sais-funded project went through, and then you became a service provider to Sais, providing services. And I'd just like to hear and share with the team, because Sais delivered all its capacity building programs as a train-the-trainer, in the train-the-trainer approach. And so it's great to see that you can come out of the space of where you have been trained and then deliver training to others in the ecosystem. So what was that experience like?
Well, as I mentioned, I think no one can be an expert in everything, and so it's really fantastic to learn from others, learn new approaches. The ways that something works in one context is completely different to how it works in other contexts. And I think that's been one of the beauties of the Sais project, is that through connecting with others, learning, and a lot of the conversations even today have been exactly around how do we share the lessons and the capacity that we have built up, whether it's, someone who's been on the market validation training, which was delivered online, and saying, okay, well, you've delivered a number of online training programs. I need to do that in my organization. Can I have a coffee or a call with you and kind of learn through your experience, or what tools and tips can you learn? And I think also, as many organizations have had to rapidly pivot through COVID and adopt new ways of working, I think they've realized the importance of capacity building and also starting to codify and build institutional knowledge in organizations. And I think that's become really, really important.
Thank you. And I'm going to pivot off that last part of your conversation and go back to Tana. Tana, you've supported Sais when we were pre-COVID and during COVID, and now slightly what I would like to believe is post-COVID. Probably not, but let's see. How did you change the way you delivered the capacity building to the projects that you supported, and what differences in terms of, was it easier to engage and provide support to the projects prior to COVID or during COVID? Were there any advantages? Was there any major bottlenecks, and how did you deal with those, if any?
Sure. So, in summary, we went from doing most things kind of physically to doing most things online. So I think, there were pros and cons to both of those things. I think, the biggest, what I've found in kind of delivering capacity, right? So it is very much a mutual process. So the deliverer and the deliveree, both parties must feel like it's valuable, important, relevant, and timely. And if that doesn't happen, then, nobody gets anything out of it, or they get limited amounts out of it. So the real advantage of doing things in person is that you build a relationship, and being effective at capacity building oftentimes is about the relationship. So it's, multiple human beings working together toward a common goal, and when you can feel people, that allows you a level of comfort, a level of sharing, a level of intimacy that's really difficult to build online. So I'd say that's kind of what gets lost. So when we had developed that already and had to pivot to online, it wasn't particularly material. When we couldn't develop the in-person intimacy and had to go straight to online, we sacrificed multiple things because of that. So I think it took longer to build trust. We weren't able to move as fast collectively as a team to deliver. So I think there were material consequences. I think, the upside is that, when the capacity is happening online, it's easy, simple to do. You don't have to do a lot of planning. It doesn't require, multiple travel days, blah, blah, blah. So there's an efficiency, but there's a real intimacy that's lost. So that's, I think, my answer to what you've asked.
Okay, thank you. And I'll come back to you, Gerwin, because the online program was delivered online, and the links to the mentorship, if the best I understood it, were also done online. So how did this intimacy, how did BOP Inc. work to circumvent the trust that was put between the projects and the mentors that you connected them to? How did you work around that? Gerwin? Is he online?
Yeah, right. And this was even pre-COVID. I think we implemented our capacity building activities before COVID started. And I think the whole idea behind having an offline and an online component was that with offline we could provide more intense training to a smaller group. In this case, we supported 11 grantees in the Sais program. And the online piece was really our scaling piece, with a target of now reaching 300 with our course materials. So I think in hindsight, it was a good A/B experiment to see the effects of online and offline and trade-offs like Tanner mentioned. When we were looking for an online platform, we did a bit of comparison of what's out there, and we ended up with VC4A because of, I think, them having been one of the more successful providers of an online community, a community that's as engaging as it can be. Of course, it will never be as engaging as offline communities, but we've seen quite some traction on VC4A. And like you mentioned, the keys that they were providing was a matchmaking facility for ventures registered on VC3 to express a need for a mentorship, who were then sent to mentors that have self-registered on the VC3 platform. So that's something that we wanted to tap into during the program, but to also educate the entrepreneurs in our program that this service will remain available for them after their engagement with us, that they can keep looking for coaches. We've seen a bit of peer learning, peer exchange, which is, especially when you look at the topic of inclusive innovation, I mean, it's still such a new kind of theme within the region, and there's still so much to learn or so much to go wrong, I'd say. I mean, it's something, an area in which you really need to embrace failure and share learnings about, because it's a tough area. So I think offline, we definitely managed to facilitate that learning exchange between peers. Online, we saw it a little bit like on the discussion boards. But what we've learned is that online, you only get good learning exchange if you also have very strong moderation. So you'll probably need a moderator to facilitate those discussions. So definitely sacrifices, but I must say I wasn't too unhappy with the traction we got on VC4A.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back to both of you because the inclusive innovation capacity building and also the acceleration and investment readiness, Tana, both factored in a coaching, and you've both mentioned that the coaching element was somewhat not as you would like it to be, or as you would like to offer the entrepreneurs that you were supporting. And what do you think we need to do in this part of the world? Because that is a clear gap that we find, the competence and availability of coaches. What is it that we should do or think about doing? Then you can start, Gerwin, and then Tana, is going to be your turn.
So I think we need more of these kind of programs, train-the-trainer programs on topics that are new for coaches, and also give them hand-holding on how to deliver coaching, because even that is like a specific expertise, right? So how do you play a role as a coach? I think another reflection is that I don't think like coaching or mentorship in the region is market-based yet. When we did a scoping of potential coaches to bring in, of course we asked for their day rates, right? And a lot of day rates are just above the roof of what any like startup or small social enterprise can afford. So what we ended up with is just putting a request out for coaches that were willing to deliver coaching on a voluntarily basis, with an outlook on maybe getting it paid if we could help those social enterprises to find a fund somewhere that would support this. Because that's, I think, what the business model for many of these will be like. I mean, they only get coaching if they get into programs in which coaching is paid for. So I'm not sure if Tanner sees things differently, but I don't know an awful lot of entrepreneurs, small enterprises that can afford a coach for some ad hoc support services on topics that are important to them.
Oh, thank you, Gerwin.
Yeah,
Tana, I'm going to ask you to respond, Tana, I
Yes.
want to couple your response in when you're giving us the response to my question. Can you please just also give us a bit of a highlight of what VC for Africa did in Botswana with regards building mentors? Because I think your program also went the extra mile of trying to train mentors.
Yeah. So I'd say, the points that Gerwin raised are absolutely, definitely seen the same problems, challenges. So one challenge is very specific to, are there resources to pay those coaches that may be available? The other big challenge is there just are not enough coaches floating around that actually have the skills that are required to give the entrepreneurs exactly what they need when they need it. So when you're talking about social innovation, you're talking about one, kind of just having business acumen, so being able to build a business and support an entrepreneur to build a business. The other is you need to understand social issues and how social issues are addressed and solved. What role the public sector plays, what role the NGO plays, what role a social enterprise can play. So social innovation is a very, very, very specific niche set of skills. And in order to kind of enhance the capacity, there's capacity development that needs to happen. So, capacity development coaches need to be matured, developed, trained. In addition to that, support needs to be made available for entrepreneurs to access them. Without that, I think we're just going to continue to move very slowly along the continuum of social innovation and its rapid growth without those two key pieces being solved. So in terms of the way we addressed mentoring, so VC for Africa was our partner in this particular initiative, as you mentioned, Flora. And so the way that they approached it was they kind of coupled training people how to be angel investors, which I'm sure Alex deals with as well. Kind of a core element of being an angel investor is actually being a mentor and a coach. So they offered the training to say, we will teach you how to be an angel investor, but we'll also teach you how to be a business coach. So that combination created an appropriate value proposition to lure people that were not current coaches into the system. And they ended up training, and Flora, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number. They ended up getting trained in Botswana, but they trained plus or minus 25 to 30 people, and then paired them with entrepreneurs as an initial kind of, a second step in the training process. So they did that in 3 different countries, and in total there was something like 80 or 90 mentors that were trained overall across the 3 countries. How long those coaches will stick, how many new businesses they'll support after the training, that part we don't know at this stage.
Thank you. So Alex, I'm going to put you in the spot because Tanner mentioned Angel Investor Network. So you had the training. How are you now training the other angel investors, or at least how did you deliver that program, and where's that program going?
Sure. So I just actually wanted to disagree with Tanner.
Okay.
So Tanner was talking about some of the advantages and disadvantages of moving capacity building and training online versus offline, and having that, I do understand that, you can build intimacy in short-term, face-to-face training. But with our angel investors, who are often busy professionals or entrepreneurs, or that was never going to be a possibility for us. And so we were going to have to go into country and do kind of the training of the angels kind of in evenings and weekends, and it was actually going to be quite expensive. So by bringing all of our angel investors together and connecting them online, and our course actually runs over 3 to 4 months now, that those regular interactions have created this, and because we were very, very careful about curating the group and being very deliberate and protecting those, really creating an area or a community of trust and a community of sharing, we've managed to really create incredibly strong connections, and we're now finding that we have angel investors from multiple countries investing in startups and trusting each other enough to do deals together, and they've never physically met. And that has been incredible, and we never realized that one of the biggest advantages of our online capacity building program would be these connections. So I agree, Tanner, sometimes you lose that kind of intimacy, but other times you can gain benefits. And then to move on to your kind of capacity building and this whole notion of mentoring, I think that mentoring and coaching, it's not just for startups, and it's not just for early stage businesses. I think that mentoring and coaching can play a really meaningful role no matter where you are in terms of your investment journey, in terms of your startup journey, in terms of your building your hub journey, in terms of your own professional development. You need very different coaches from when you're an idea stage business to we're going through a massive scaling process at the moment, and I'm love my coach because and our coaching partners, because it just gives you a sounding board and additional support and access to tools and potentially knowledge and networks that you wouldn't necessarily have had. We've been doing some, my business partner Michelle right now is doing what we called a Hub Leaders Forum, and that's specifically around coaching for hub leaders in South Africa. And then again to the angel investors, many of them are mentors of startups. So what we've also done is started to bring experienced angels who've already set up angel investment groups and have done a number of deals to mentor new angels and mentor new angel groups. And we've had tremendous success. So we've started having what's called almost an evolution out of the processes we called startup showcases. And we have 15 angels nominated in a business that they are actively looking at investing into to the other angels, and then they shepherd the new angels through that deal. We're closing deals in weeks. So you were talking about earlier, what percentage of businesses is actually raising money through programs and funding, and we've got the data, and we're really seeing deals being done. So So we did one 6 weeks ago. We've closed 3 deals there. Another 5 are in discussion. We're going to do one next week. So this role of mentorship and shepherding people through processes really does work if you find if you can get that matching right, which I'm sure Tana will also know. The mentor matching is sometimes not always as easy as you would think.
And that matching process is tricky when I don't know where I am or what I need to get me from where I am in my journey, professional, startup, hub manager, to move to the next level. So Tana, you spoke to all the projects that Sais asked you to accelerate, and you went through a process with them that you identified in consultation with them what exactly they needed, and then provided that support. How ready does it come to an entrepreneur, a TTO, a research organization, to say, this is what I need for my next step? What is it? What are the skill sets? What is the understanding that they need to have to be able to define that? I can't hear you, Tana. You're muted. Tech, please.
Sorry, I got it. So Flora, sometimes it does really depend on the context. So when, kind of one of your core questions, can, capacity building be demand driven? And in the instance where it's actually supply driven, like the Sais program, how do you pivot it around so that it is actually demand driven? So how do you make sure that those that are getting the capacity actually feel like they need it, they want it, and it's timely for them? Because those 3 things always have to be blended together. Do I know what I need? And do I actually have the capacity to take it on? And is it the right timing for me to do it? So oftentimes, that context becomes relevant, because if you're being supplied with capacity and you don't recognize that you need it, and you feel like it potentially is, I have to do it, if I don't do it, it'll be punitive, then that framing actually becomes very relevant to your ability to actually take it and to get the most out of it. So part of it is always pivoting the supply to what the actual demand is, making sure that the person or entity that is getting the capacity feels like it's actually being driven by them. That's one, so I just wanted to make that point. Secondarily, in order to get the capacity and receive the capacity, you have to be clear about what you're trying to do, how you're going to go about doing it, what kind of success looks like, and be very open to actually considering things you never considered. So being fixed about all those issues and having no flexibility based on things that you never considered will make capacity very difficult to deliver. So and a core thing is you have to believe, as the person receiving the capacity, that actually those that are supporting you actually can create value for you. So if you don't believe that, then there's no way you're going to take on the capacity. So it's a really an openness, and as Alex was articulating, this ability to understand that we all need capacity throughout our professional lives. And it's just a question of, is the capacity fit for the purpose that it's actually being delivered to us? And so for us, the way that we build capacity is always one-on-one, what specifically is needed for that particular organization at that particular time. And I think we're fortunate enough to be very nimble in the kinds of capacity we can deliver. oftentimes individuals, institutions are not nimble, and they only can deliver a very cookie-cutter approach to capacity, which is very poorly suited for what's needed.
Okay, thank you. So there's some people in the back who are waving and saying, I have no more time, but I'm going to ask each and every one of you a question that you will use as your closing statement. Gerwin, we've heard from you. In the lifetime of Sais, we had up until 150 people sign up for the course, the online course, and complete it, or at least come near to completion. And you just shared with us some additional data that we now have 300 who have signed up. I'm curious, what is the comparative advantage for online capacity building, especially in the inclusive innovation space, which is, I think, a significant gap and an opportunity for this part of the world, because we have a really large footprint of underserved markets. Go for it.
Yeah. We were happy getting to the 300, and I see the number of participants still growing. So apparently there is interest in course materials like this. And I think it's important that entrepreneurs interested in this are exposed to that. And having it on VC4A now gives us that exposure. So I think what we learn in terms of value of this course is, first of all, getting the basics right. So how is inclusive innovation different from just any innovation, right? And it's really what the course provides, just an understanding of the fundamentals, right? I mean, yes, you want impact. I mean, you're a social enterprise. Yeah, you also need profit, sustain, and scale it. So how do you bring these two together? And how do you deal with trade-offs? So the course supports participants in answering those tricky questions. And I think what people appreciate about the course is that they can cherry pick modules. So each module has its own learning goal. And we don't ask people to go through the whole course from beginning to end. If certain modules are just more important for them at this point of time.
Thank you, Gerwin. Tana, you. So you've captured some of your thoughts and the journey that you went through with Sais in this booklet, and I encourage everybody to take a copy outside. It's full of learnings. But I want to hear from you. What did you, as a service provider, benefit as being part of the Sais program and working with the projects that you were tasked to?
Oh, that's a big question, Flora. Thank you. So I think, I think it further cemented my experience around, designing support based on the individual needs. So if I look at the kind of organizations that we worked with, we, kind of the capacity, all three offerings were made to 100% of the organizations that we worked with. Only about 70% actually took up the support in any meaningful way. And what I learned was that, kind of this process of mutual commitment to maturing, both from us as well as the organizations, is absolutely necessary. And we'll all collectively move at a certain speed if we're kind of both parties are committed to it. So I think that's the one. I think secondarily, there were a few countries that we hadn't worked in. That was also fantastic from a learning experience. Thirdly, trying to blend an academic institution, an NGO, and a social enterprise, and possibly even a third for-profit, just straight for-profit business, into a single consortium, trying to kind of manifest a set of outcomes is very challenging, absolutely super challenging. So it's always a learning experience to try to figure out how to make these different groups, kind of successfully work together to achieve what they want to achieve. So I found that, it always allows me to grow and mature in development because it pushes me in ways that I haven't been, challenged on to try to figure out, new and creative solutions. So it's, for me, it was fantastic all the way around.
Thank you. And Alex, final question goes to you in your closing statement. I'd like to hear you, and I'll hone in the one last, not the last one, but the one that sort of carries the space where Sais operated, which is in market validation. And you provided capacity building for our projects, the third core, in that. What do you think would have been different had we done a market validation training when you were applying to Sais?
Oh, that's an interesting question. So I think that there was, from the market validation training that we did, it was some teams were stronger in certain aspects than others. So some teams were stronger in budgets and financial modeling. Others teams were much stronger in impact and basic theories of change or customer personas. And having we used a series of online events, and we used an interactive tool called Miro, and it allowed people to look at other teams' actual workings and learn from each other and ask quite detailed questions about the market validation process. And I think that would have been great. We did do some of the market validation process almost as a first milestone as part of our project, but I think that maybe projects would have also kicked off faster had they done some of that market validation work up front. So definitely something to look at in future, to say almost the first piece of the grant is almost to say, here's a little bit of cash, do some market validation, really gather the evidence to say this is a viable project, and then you could almost have a next round to say, okay, let's kick that off and let's go.
Thank you. I just want to ask, do I have time for questions? Can we ask some questions? Can we get one or two burning questions from the floor, please? And while they're thinking about their questions, please make sure you pick up the booklets on the different capacity building programs that Sais has before you leave.
Thank you very much. I'm just willing to find out. There are challenges that we are facing in the world today. First of all, as food security versus climate change. Within this context, actually, it is well known that Africa, the arable land that can produce food, is in Africa right now. That's why you see most of these international corporations are willing to invest in Africa. And for agricultural productivity to improve, we are talking about investment in technology. And as we are speaking today, we are talking about the 4R, and it's very well known that Africa is lacking. Since now we are talking about the demand-driven capacity building, I would like to hear from the panelists we are talking about mentoring and coaching, and we know the people that are producing food in Africa are subsistence farmers. How can we get these people when it comes to mentoring and coaching them, since most of them are living in the rural areas? How can we get them into the mainstream so that they can get this mentorship and training that are demand-driven, as you rightly put it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other question? No? Okay. So I'm going to ask Garen, this is fielded to you, since your work is in the inclusive innovation space. How do we access, or how do we provide capacity to those in underserved markets, particularly in the rural areas, looking at the challenges that we're facing, especially in this part of the world, with regards to food security, climate change, and how do we utilize technology to reach them with the understanding that they may not have access to technology? It's a bit of a roundabout question.
Yeah. No, and I'd say the answer is as short as inclusive innovation, right? Let's rethink how we deliver products and services to markets, and especially when it comes to the last mile, so those that have not been exposed to beneficial products or services. How can we make sure it's available and affordable as well? And I think a group of subsequent farmers, and also smaller farmers, who have more of a business mindset of running their farms, they have a great demand for the kind of service when it comes to advisory services on when to best spray your crops or what to do with the soil, to connecting with markets where they can sell their produce, or accepting finance to finance their growth. These are all services for which there is a business case, even in these markets. It just requires a lot of bright minds and entrepreneurs that are willing to pick up this challenge. And I'm currently calling from Kenya, and I think Kenya is really probably attracting most funds in the agtech sector. Like on LinkedIn, I keep seeing updates of startups or enterprises raising not just seed, but also Series A capital for inclusive agri-tech services. But yeah, the challenges are unprecedented, and I think that requires for even more inclusive innovation support, really coming from brilliant entrepreneurs here in the continent. I mean, how can we grow more wheat on the continent so that we don't rely on import with all the challenges now in Ukraine and Russia, for example. But the answers are there. I think entrepreneurs just need a lot of support in finding the answer. And yeah, appreciation for how Sais has contributed to this. And as a matter of fact, I know that one of the grantees was looking at soil fertility and really helping all the farmers laboratory test their soils, advisory on how to enrich their soils.
Yeah, you're correct. I think one of the Sais projects in Taka was working with soil health and supporting micro-entrepreneurs to bring this service to rural communities in Zambia. So it is a complex question. It's a big question and needs, I think, quite everybody's to be on board with providing solutions. And so it's more work more opportunities for innovators to step into the space. With that, I'm going to say thank you to our esteemed panelists for your time. Thank you very much, Gerwin, Tana, Alex. It's been a pleasure working with you and talking to you this afternoon. And please continue to engage with Alex. She's an encyclopedia of information. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Flora.
Thank you, Flora. Thank you.
All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an insightful discussion there. And that has been our last panel discussion and session that we had for the conference that's for today. So a thank you to all our moderators. A thank you to all our panelists that we've had that's for today. I think they all deserve a round of applause for their time and their expertise. All right, so now, before we get to our closing remarks for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I quickly just want 5 minutes of your time. So the program booklet that you received for today, or that you found on your chair, we quickly want you to take a survey for the conference, all right? So if I can ask right now, if everybody can just get to it's the second last page in your program booklet, you will see there's a code, all right? So if you, on your phone, have a QR scanner, yes, that word right there, on your phone, please just scan the survey. Click on the link there. It will pop up. But if you do not have the app, the address is on the screens right now. You can put that in. It has to be exactly as you see it on the screen. Otherwise, it would not take you to the survey. If you don't have a gadget, we do have ladies that have the tablets that can come. A tablet. So if you can just quickly give us 5 minutes to please take the survey. It's about 10 quick questions. And then we will conclude with today's program shortly. taken that's the survey. If you've not or came in, the ladies are still there. The tabs are still. Is the survey, Mr. All right. Okay, at this point, to give us that is the closing remarks, I would like to call on Ambassador for Innovation, Ministry for. Okay, let's try that again. To give us that is our closing remarks for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on that is the Ambassador for Innovation, Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Finland, Mr. Jerki Pulkkinen, to close off things for this afternoon before we head on into our cocktail hour.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you for inviting. When I got the invitation, I was quickly thinking, should I actually come here or stay home and have a Teams connection and say some few words in the end of the conference? I'm very happy that I came. I'm very happy because I have now seen all the power, energy and commitment what Sais has been creating among the Sais members. And of course, as a European partner, Finland, we are so happy and we want to thank you, all of you who have been contributing this program. I see that the ownership is entirely in the African side, and that is exactly how it should be. Want to thank you also, the Sais Secretariat. I was here actually 10 years ago, when the Sais 1 was starting. Now I'm back here when the Sais 2 is ending. I think the Secretariat has been done really great job. I think we should give the applause also for the Secretariat. And all the experts and all the companies and institutions who have been participating in the Sais, and also the government officials and the ministries and departments of the member states who have been involved in this program. It's really, really something that it's pleasure to see in this conference. That that to see your commitment on the Sais program, which of course, obviously, will come up with the wish of having Sais 3. As we already discussed in panel session, most probably we have to now look fresh eyes, what will happen in the future, and maybe I just
recording in progress.
Okay. Only now. Should I say my? Should I repeat my thank yous? But let's see. All right. Okay, look, yesterday, some of you were yesterday here, and our master of ceremonies used the pilot metaphor for us, that we are on journey, and he was a pilot, saying where the next and what will happen the next. And I would like to borrow this metaphor of having a kind of a trip or kind of a flight to somewhere that we don't know yet, to the future. And I think Sais 1 was our taxi from the airport to the airstrip. And Sais 2 was the takeoff. And now, in the end of Sais 2, we are in the other end of the airstrip, and we have to decide whether we crash or whether we fly. So that's the valley of death. Something load must be thrown away, but something valuable must be taken with. And it's really up to you to decide what is the valuable, where you want to invest, where you want to take the Sais in the next level. Is the psych, I don't know. It's up to you to decide. There's one supervisory meeting yet to come, and that will be maybe one of the most important meetings. Finland, as I said in panel already, is part of the European Union. It's not a surprise. Its surprise is mighty, but as I said already, the funding landscape of European Union in terms of investments and support to Africa will change now. Together with the African strategy and together with the Finnish African strategy. And the deal is that the European member states and the Commission would like to do the work together in European partnerships as a Team Europe. That means that also in Finland, the regional funds that has been used for Sais 1 and 2 will be now used together with other member states and the European Commission in partnerships. We are already busy to create some partnerships. And as I said, the Global Gateway policy will guide us to look priorities. The priorities that we have is digitalization, green transition, so like climate change and green businesses, education, healthcare, and transportation. Digitalization and green transition are the biggest sectors. And we already have decided to support circular economy in Africa at the regional basis through the African Bank's Circular Economy Program, where the other member states are also joining now. That's one of the Finnish initiatives. In digitalization, which will be the biggest sector actually in the coming years in European-African partnerships, we are very well positioned already in the planning process. EU have established the D4D hub to coordinate all the activities related to digitalization and innovation. Finland, as one of the member states, have taken a leadership position in infrastructure investments together with France and Commission. Those programs that we are now creating together with other member states most probably involve some innovation activities as well, but in a way that they are leading to businesses, joint businesses and investments in Africa. Part of the story is, of course, that Europe wish, and Finland as part of the Europe, we wish to create such businesses that are linking two continents together. So that is a new thing, of course, that is more geopolitical aspects in what we are doing. The D4D also have components related to innovation, capacities on digitalization, regulations on digitalization, and so on. So we are also involved on all those activities. There are also some flagship programs under programming at the moment. Data flagship is one of those. You might have heard it. We are part of that. Digital innovation bridge between Africa and Europe is under planning. We are part of that. We wish now that Sais and Sais members are pushing the other member states and the Commission to understand what is valuable here. And we are, as Finland, also pushing the EU and other member states to understand why Sais must be involved. And I think Commission and other member states are starting to understand what is happening here and why Sais actually should be involved, or at least part of the Sais, or some activities of the Sais. So, with these words, I would like to thank you again for everybody to come here in the conference, and also thank you for the Sais taking off now, and also wishing you a good trip back home. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, before we get our final closing remarks for today, I just want to get a closing remark from the audience. One person. Anybody brave enough just to sort of wrap up your conference experience and what you've taken away from the conference? Tabiso, you want to say something?
Thank you very much. Since we have been hit by, two in the front, wholeheartedly do that. My name is Erlich, and my surname is Somewhere. I'm just a young man who's doing a research. And my research is in food security and climate change. And as we know, we are experiencing two things, either a drought. If it's not a drought, then it's going to be a flood. And as we know, Africa, especially Namibia, we are mostly hit by a drought and flood consecutively. One follow the other. And one thing that I from this conference, or our gathering here, is that as we are moving towards digitalization, and we can see that the European partners are here, Southern Africans, we are also here. The first thing that we need to do, especially from the Namibian government, people are talking about, let us empower youth. This can start from the Development Bank of Namibia. It's giving money for the young people that are willing to engage in agriculture. As we know that food security is being threatened around the globe, and Africa is the last hope for the one which are having an arable land. Since we are having an arable land, for agriculture to improve, we have to invest in technology, and we are talking about Internet of Things, data analytics, and all of this type of stuff. And we know Africa, we are lagging behind, although we are having land as our competitive advantage, and we are lacking on the skills. So it's in a platform like this where we have to engage as a partners, then we can see how we can advance or transform. And another thing that comes, and as I'm standing right now, people are talking about transformational leadership, transformational change. And from my understanding, I think the first thing that we need to engage is in transactional relationship. Let us say, for example, between you and the bank, what do, you go to the bank, you put in your $10. After your money has grown, you are being transformed through the transaction that you have with the bank. I think it's the same approach that we have to engage, especially when we are dealing with the rural people or with the masses out there. Because our parents, the first thing that they want to know is to trust the system or whatever that they are doing. Before we move into transformational leadership or transformational change, can we try transactional? Let us first transact. Let us see the people that are having resources and the people that are having knowledge, they work together. Once we start building relationship and trust, then we can start talking about a transformational change or leadership. That's all that I have to share. Another thing, let us also try to encourage the young people so that they can come on board, because most of them, they are good with technologies. Thank you very much.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Now, for our final closing remarks for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, she's also part of the board, and we had her earlier on the panel. May I please ask Ms. Cheba to come on and just sort of wrap up everything for this afternoon and send us into...
Thank you very much, Program Director. Before I start, may I please call on the stage the PMO that has supported this work over the last 4.5 years. Hilary, Flora, Lovisa, Tiondensia, and others that I don't know who've worked behind the scenes. May you please come to the front. All of those ladies, you've been working with Hilary in the nice t-shirts. I just hope Dr. Mundia is getting you presents, wherever he is. He's supposed to do the closing remarks. So this is the team that has benefited hundreds of projects within the 5 countries, that has reached thousands of young people to get some skills to support their work. Words are not enough to express our gratitude. The gratitude that we can express is by amplifying the impact of the work that has started here today. That's the least we can do to show gratitude to this team. If we fail to do that, then indeed we have failed. But I am very hopeful that we will not disappoint. As the SVP, represented by Dr. Buipuledi from Botswana, Dr. Lisho Mundia, Namibia, Ms. Jane Chikunsu, Zambia, Dr. Kipanyula, Tanzania, and myself, we are truly honored to have worked with such a capable team. The FPs, the focal points, Botswana, it's now BDIH, I hear. Botswana, I don't know what the distance, Botswana Innovation Hub, the NCRST, NBTC in Zambia, COSTECH, and TIA have got their hands full. It will be a pity not to connect through the work that you have done. So I don't doubt that the SBB members that are here will support the focal points financially and otherwise to make sure that the seed that has been invested by this team bears fruit. The last thing that I'd like to say today is that as South Africa, there's no way we're going to let this go by. There's no way we're going to waste this opportunity. So we stand here firm and committed to support the next step in whatever formation that is, whether it's SAIC, whether it's Sais 3, we stand here committed and we will drag, if we have to, all of the partners to join in. So can we just give a round of applause as Mr. Mundia comes to the floor.
Yeah, you can do the convert hugs. my apology, I always have the backup, sisterly backup. It's not intentionally. We're busy with them, the South African and Namibia. I was just making sure whatever we're discussing here, our president are meeting in the next two weeks, and we have to prepare. So I'm coming from that meeting. My sincere apology. Yes, but without diluting too much what my sister have said, I really wanted this occasion to happen because this was a team which really made sure we all here, we all get a share and to contribute to our respective countries. So for that, really, I think my plea is that maybe we all stand and we just really thank ourselves by way of just thank you. It's really an emotional one, and Don't leave. I might fall on the stage alone, especially you. So we can all stand. It's fine. Just to make sure when I fall, we all fall. It's really an emotional one. I was comforting Flora during break and said, "Well, I wanted to bring water for you, but the team really cherished this project like their own baby, and in that I'm saying it, especially to see the collaboration that have occurred with these countries that were involved, from Finland, Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and it was actually beyond these countries. And that's why Mampe and my brother here kept saying, let's go beyond, but I kept saying the resources is just this small. So, but nothing stood against all of us, including yourself that are here. I mean, look, COVID happened and you are here in our country. We made sure the borders are open for you. And that's conducive environment right there. So be assured that, so be assured that indeed we listened to some of the challenges you have highlighted. Our brothers, the ambassador, we spoke and we'll continue speaking. The ambassador is pretty new in Namibia. We will make her understand the language. We will take her to the dunes so that she can be able at least to speak one of the local language. We are a very diverse country. But Marco, you know the country and your team. Comrade Ambassador for Innovation, we spoke. I'll still press on your gears. Let's not let these people down. Let's not let our nations down. The issue is the relationship that we have created. I still plead to Finland. Let's find an amicable way that we can really bring back Sais to life, if it means having size 3 up to size 10. So I hope my plea, Comrade Ambassador, you are listening. So I'll send the message. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much. I think there is no better ways to say thank you rather than to have you stand and thank yourselves and the process and the environment that it has created. So thank you, and let's dine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, that is how we get to wrap up for today. And clearly, after today's discussion, we can all agree that we have work to do. And in the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because you are. It's been an honor and pleasure of having been your program director. So a safe travel back home to each and every one of you. We do have a cocktail set up on the outside, so please continue with the discussion and the networking. So from my side, it's God bless and have a good night.